Welcome aboard, friends. You're now tuned into Black Magic. We're super excited to share today's story with you. What if Harry fell into the veil at the Department of Mysteries at age 6 and returned with death's complete knowledge? If you enjoy what we do here, the best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We read every comment. Ready? Let's go. Chapter 1, Beyond the Veil. Harry's stomach growled as he huddled in his cupboard under the stairs. 3 days without proper food, just scraps and water, because he'd accidentally turned his teacher's hair blue. Again. Boy! Get up here and clean this mess. Uncle Vernon's voice thundered down the stairs. Harry sighed. 6 years old and already so tired. He pushed the cupboard door open and dragged himself up the stairs, his oversized clothes hanging off his small frame. The mess was just a few crumbs from Dudley's after-school snack. Harry grabbed a cloth and started wiping the countertop. Faster, boy. Vernon snapped, his mustache quivering with each word. Petunia's sister is coming over, and everything needs to be perfect. Harry scrubbed harder, feeling something building inside him. Something hot and electric that had been growing for days. Whenever strange things happened around him, this feeling appeared, like when he'd ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang. And when you're done, Vernon continued, jabbing a meaty finger toward Harry's chest, back in the cupboard. I don't want Marge seeing your freakishness. The electric feeling surged. Harry's hands trembled. What's wrong with you, boy? Getting sick? Better not be. Marge can't stand. Stop. Harry shouted. The windows exploded outward. The lights flashed blindingly bright, then burst. The television switched on by itself, cycling through channels at impossible speed. Vernon's face purpled. He lunged for Harry, but Harry was suddenly not there. Harry felt like he was being squeezed through a straw, colors blurring around him. When the sensation stopped, he found himself standing in a vast atrium with gleaming dark wooden floors and peacock blue ceiling. A massive fountain dominated the space, golden figures of a wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf with water streaming from various points. People in robes hurried past, not noticing the small boy who had appeared out of nowhere. Alarms blared, and red lights flashed. Something was happening. Security breach in Level 9, someone shouted. All personnel to emergency stations. Harry, scared and confused, ducked behind a pillar as wizards and witches ran past, wands drawn. No one paid attention to the small, scared child. When the crowd thinned, Harry crept toward a lift he spotted across the atrium. Maybe he could find help or at least a way back to Privet Drive. Despite the Dursleys' cruelty, the unknown terrified him more. He slipped into the lift just as the doors were closing. A paper airplane memo zoomed in after him. The lift jolted downward, and a cool female voice announced, Level 9, Department of Mysteries. The doors opened to a corridor with plain black walls and no windows. Harry stepped out, drawn forward by curiosity and something else, a strange pulling sensation he couldn't explain. The corridor ended at a plain black door that swung open at his approach. Inside was a circular room with identical unmarked doors around its circumference. The room rotated as soon as the door closed behind him. Harry felt panic rising. He tried a door at random, finding himself in a vast room filled with shelves holding small glass orbs that emitted a faint bluish light. Hello. He called, his voice small in the massive space. No answer came. He wandered deeper into the room, eventually finding another door. This one led to a stone amphitheater with stone benches descending like steps. In the center stood a raised stone dais, and upon it was an ancient stone archway. A tattered black veil hung from the arch, though there was no wind, it swayed slightly. Harry moved closer, mesmerized. He could hear whispers coming from beyond the veil, calling to him, beckoning. Mom. Harry whispered, sure he'd heard her voice among the others. He climbed onto the dais and approached the veil. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. Without thinking, Harry reached out and touched the veil. It felt surprisingly solid beneath his fingers, then suddenly insubstantial. He lost his balance and fell forward. Instead of landing on the stone floor on the other side, Harry fell into darkness. He screamed, but no sound came out. He fell and fell through absolute nothingness. Then, abruptly, he wasn't falling anymore. He stood on what seemed like solid ground, though he could see only darkness in every direction. "Hello, Harry Potter." The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to come from everywhere at once, inside his head and all around him. Harry spun around and found himself facing a figure in a black cloak. Where a face should have been was only shadow, but somehow Harry knew the entity was looking at him. "Who are you?" Harry asked, surprised that he felt more curious than afraid. "I am known by many names across countless worlds," the figure said. "But you may call me Death." "Am I dead?" Death made a sound that might have been a chuckle. "Not exactly. Few living beings have ever crossed into my realm and fewer still have returned. You, Harry Potter, are unusual." "I want to go home," Harry said, though he wasn't entirely sure if that was true. "And where is home, young one?" "The cupboard under the stairs. The house where you are neither wanted nor loved." Harry flinched. "How do you know about that?" "I know many things. I know that your parents did not die in a car crash. I know about the scar on your forehead and what lies within it. I know about the prophecy and the man who fears me so much he tore his soul apart to escape me. I don't understand." Death extended a skeletal hand. "Walk with me, Harry Potter, and I will show you things no living human has seen. Time works differently here. What might seem like centuries to you will be but moments in your world." Harry hesitated, then took Death's hand. It was cold but not unpleasant. "Will I learn about my parents?" "You will learn about your parents, your past, and many possible futures. You will learn the secrets of magic far beyond what is taught at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You will learn about the nature of souls, the fabric of reality, and the true meaning of sacrifice." As Death spoke, the darkness around them shifted. Harry saw flashes of a castle, a train, people with wands, creatures both beautiful and terrifying. He saw a snake-faced man with red eyes, and somehow knew this was the man Death had mentioned, the one who feared death. "Why me?" Harry asked. "Because you are the boy who lived," Death replied. "Because you carry a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul in your scar. Because you possess all three of my Hallows by right of blood and conquest, though they are scattered now. Because, Harry Potter, you are my equal in ways even you cannot yet comprehend." Death's realm changed around them. They walked through landscapes of stars and void, through memories and possibilities, through times long past and times yet to come. Harry saw his parents' murder through Voldemort's eyes. He witnessed the creation of each Horcrux. He observed his own alternate futures, dying at 11, 16, 17, living to become an Auror, turning dark and replacing Voldemort, sacrificing himself for his friends. Death taught him about magic at its most fundamental level, not spells and wands, but the raw power that flowed through all living things. Harry learned to see magic, to touch it, to shape it with thought alone. He learned about souls, how they formed, how they could be damaged or healed, how they passed from the living world into Death's realm. He learned to see the soul fragment in his scar and how it could be removed. Years passed in Death's realm. Harry grew in knowledge but not in body. His physical form remained that of a 6-year-old child, though his mind expanded beyond human comprehension. "It is time for you to return," Death said eventually, after what seemed like centuries of learning. "Do I have to?" Harry asked. He had grown comfortable in Death's realm, where knowledge was infinite and pain didn't exist. "You have a role to play in the living world, Harry Potter. Tom Riddle must be stopped. The Hallows must be united. The natural order must be restored. Will I remember everything you've taught me?" Yes. Your mind will retain all the knowledge you have gained. Your magic will be forever changed by your time here. But remember, Harry Potter, with great knowledge comes great responsibility. Use what you have learned wisely. Death led Harry back to where they had first met. The tattered veil hung before them once more. Will I see you again? Harry asked. I am always with those who have known my realm, Death replied. Call upon me when you have need, and I will answer. Now go, my apprentice. The living world awaits. Death placed a skeletal hand on Harry's back and gently pushed him through the veil. Harry tumbled out onto the stone dais in the Department of Mysteries. From the outside, barely minutes had passed, though Harry had lived lifetimes in Death's realm. Alarms still blared in the distance. Harry stood up, feeling strange in his physical body after so long as almost pure consciousness. He looked down at his small hands, then touched the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. He could feel the soul fragment writhing within it now, dark and parasitic. With a thought, Harry drew on the magic Death had taught him. His fingertips glowed with soft blue light as he traced his scar. The fragment of Voldemort's soul emerged like black smoke, screaming as Harry contained it in a sphere of pure magical energy. Return to your master, Harry whispered, his voice carrying the echo of Death's realm. The sphere disappeared with a soft pop. Somewhere far away, Voldemort screamed as a piece of his soul forcibly returned to him. Harry heard footsteps approaching rapidly. The door to the death chamber burst open, and several adults rushed in with wands drawn. At their forefront was an elderly wizard with long silver hair and beard, half-moon spectacles, and flowing purple robes. Harry recognized him instantly from Death's teachings. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore stopped abruptly, staring at the small boy standing calmly beside the Veil of Death. The other wizards, unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries, formed a semicircle around Harry, wands still raised. Lower your wands, Dumbledore commanded, his eyes never leaving Harry. He's just a child. A child who breached the Ministry's security and entered the Department of Mysteries undetected, said a stern-faced witch. That's impossible. Clearly not, Harry replied, since I did it. The witch's eyebrows shot up at Harry's calm, articulate response. Dumbledore approached slowly, kneeling to meet Harry's eyes. Hello, my boy. May I ask your name? You already know who I am, Professor, Harry said, brushing his hair aside to reveal his scar. Harry Potter. Though I'm not the same Harry Potter who disappeared from Privet Drive a few minutes ago. Dumbledore's blue eyes widened. You went through the veil, didn't you? And yet you stand here, alive. Death and I have an understanding, Harry said simply. The unspeakables murmured among themselves. One whispered urgently into a magical communication device, summoning more personnel. Perhaps, Dumbledore said gently, we should continue this conversation somewhere more comfortable. Would you come with me, Harry? Harry nodded. We have much to discuss, Professor. About Tom Riddle's Horcruxes, the prophecy, and my parents' betrayal by Peter Pettigrew rather than Sirius Black. The color drained from Dumbledore's face. How could you possibly? Death showed me many things, Harry interrupted. Including your plans for me and the greater good. Dumbledore stood slowly, looking shaken for perhaps the first time in decades. I see we have even more to discuss than I anticipated. He extended his hand to Harry. Shall we? Harry took the offered hand, and together they walked past the stunned unspeakables toward the exit. Headmaster, one called after them, we need to document this incident, run tests, later, Dumbledore replied firmly. First, I must ensure young Mr. Potter's well-being. As they rode the lift back to the atrium, Harry studied Dumbledore's aura, seeing the damage to his soul from decades of guilt, secrets, and loneliness. He saw the curse slowly spreading through the headmaster's hand, not yet visible but already taking root in his timeline. Your hand will be cursed when you find Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Harry said conversationally. Don't put it on. The stone is one of the Hallows, but Voldemort has corrupted it with a particularly nasty curse. Dumbledore stared at him. Harry, what exactly happened to you beyond the veil? I became Death's apprentice. I learned the nature of magic, souls, and reality. I lived lifetimes while minutes passed here. Harry looked up at Dumbledore. I know everything, Professor. Everything you've done, everything you plan to do. I know about your sister Ariana and Grindelwald. I know about the Elder Wand you took from him. The lift doors opened to the atrium, which was now filled with Ministry officials dealing with the security breach. Dumbledore guided Harry quickly toward the Floo network fireplaces. We'll go to Hogwarts, he said quietly. We'll be able to talk privately there. The Burrow would be better, Harry suggested. I need to meet the Weasleys. Ron will be my first true friend, and Molly will be the closest thing to a mother I'll know. Dumbledore hesitated, then nodded. Very well. I'll send a Patronus ahead to explain that a 6-year-old boy with the knowledge of death will be arriving. Good luck with that explanation. Harry smiled for the first time since returning, and despite everything, it was still the smile of a child. Dumbledore sent his Phoenix Patronus with a brief message, then took a pinch of Floo powder from a pouch in his robes. He guided Harry into an empty fireplace, threw the powder, and clearly stated, the Burrow. Green flames engulfed them, and they spun through the Floo network. Harry, despite his cosmic knowledge, still had a 6-year-old's physical coordination and tumbled out onto the Weasleys' living room floor. Molly Weasley stood frozen in shock, having just received Dumbledore's Patronus message. Arthur was at work, but all the Weasley children were home, staring wide-eyed at the small boy who had just fallen out of their fireplace. Goodness gracious! Molly exclaimed, rushing forward to help Harry up. Are you all right, dear? Harry looked up at her kind face and felt something he hadn't experienced in Death's realm, emotion. His eyes filled with tears as he was overwhelmed by the simple act of human compassion. I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley, he said, his voice cracking. It's nice to finally meet you. Dumbledore stepped gracefully from the fireplace behind Harry. Molly, thank you for receiving us on such short notice. This is Harry Potter. Harry Potter, echoed several voices. Fred and George, 9-year-old twins, pushed forward to get a better look. Percy adjusted his glasses importantly, while Charlie and Bill exchanged confused glances. 5-year-old Ron peeked shyly from behind his mother, and 4-year-old Ginny hid her face in Molly's skirt. But he's supposed to be with his Muggle relatives, Percy said. Everyone knows that. Circumstances have changed, Dumbledore replied. Harry needs a safe place to stay while certain matters are resolved. I can think of no better home than the Burrow, if you're willing, Molly. Of course, Molly said without hesitation, though confusion was clear on her face. But Albus, what's happened? Your message said something about the Ministry and the Department of Mysteries. Harry turned to Dumbledore. You should tell her the truth. The Weasleys deserve that much, considering what they'll do for me in the future. Dumbledore sighed. Perhaps we adults should talk privately first, Molly, if you don't mind. Children, upstairs, all of you, Molly ordered. But Mum, the twins protested in unison. Now. The Weasley children reluctantly trooped upstairs, except for Ron, who lingered behind. You can stay, Ron, Harry said. You're my best friend, after all. Ron's eyes widened. I am. You will be, Harry smiled. For 7 years at Hogwarts and beyond. Harry, Dumbledore cautioned, perhaps we shouldn't share too much about the future. Harry finished. Professor, time isn't linear the way you think. What I've seen are possibilities, not certainties. Every choice creates new branches, new outcomes. Besides, knowing Ron now rather than on the Hogwarts Express doesn't change the fundamental connection we'll share. Molly looked between Harry and Dumbledore, utterly bewildered. Albus, what is going on? How does he know about Hogwarts? And why does he speak like an adult? Harry supplied. Because mentally, I am one. Many times over, actually. Molly guided Ron to sit next to her on the sofa while Dumbledore took an armchair. Harry remained standing, feeling awkward in his child's body. This afternoon, Dumbledore began, there was an incident at the Ministry. Someone breached the Department of Mysteries. When we investigated, we found Harry standing beside the Veil of Death. Molly gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. The veil? But no one survives that. No one except Harry, Dumbledore agreed. He claims to have spent what felt like lifetimes beyond the veil, learning from death itself, though only minutes passed in our world. That's preposterous. Molly exclaimed, then immediately looked apologetic. I'm sorry, dear, but, you want proof, Harry said. That's reasonable. He looked around the cluttered living room, then pointed to a clock on the wall. That's your family clock. It shows where each family member is at any given time. Right now, Arthur's hand points to work. In about 3 minutes, it will move to traveling, then to home, because he's leaving early today after hearing about the Ministry incident. As if on cue, Arthur's hand on the clock twitched and moved to traveling. That could be coincidence, Molly said, though she looked shaken. Fred and George are currently trying to use extendable ears to listen to our conversation, Harry continued. But they haven't invented them yet, so they're using a modified version of a Muggle stethoscope they stole from your father's shed. It's not working very well. There was a clatter from the stairwell, followed by twin exclamations of surprise. Percy has been writing to the Ministry for weeks, asking about internship opportunities even though he's only 10, because he wants to become Minister of Magic someday. Charlie has a secret dragon tattoo he got last month when he visited his friend who works with a tattoo wizard in Diagon Alley. Bill is considering a career as a cursebreaker with Gringotts. Molly's face had gone white. Each revelation was clearly accurate based on her reaction. The fireplace flared green, and Arthur Weasley stepped through, looking harried. Molly, there's been, he stopped short at the sight of Dumbledore and Harry. Albus? What's happening? Hello, Mr. Weasley, Harry said. We were just discussing how I fell through the Veil of Death and returned with cosmic knowledge. Also, the flying car you're building in your shed will come in very handy in about 5 years when Ron and I miss the Hogwarts Express. Arthur's mouth opened and closed several times without sound emerging. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested gently, Harry could show us something more, tangible, as proof of his abilities. Harry nodded and turned to Ron. May I borrow Scabbers? Ron looked confused. How'd you know about Scabbers? Your pet rat. He used to belong to Percy, but he'll give him to you next year. Except he's not really a rat. What? Ron exclaimed. He's upstairs in Percy's room. Could you get him, please? Ron looked to his mother, who nodded numbly. He dashed upstairs and returned moments later with a fat gray rat in his hands. Thank you, Ron, Harry said, taking the rat, which immediately began squirming. Be careful, Ron warned. He bites sometimes. I know exactly what he does, Harry replied coldly. With a swift motion that belied his 6-year-old coordination, he pinned the rat with one hand and touched his other hand to its head. Hello, Peter, Harry said quietly. It's been a while. Or rather, it will be a while. The rat squealed and struggled frantically. What are you doing to Scabbers? Ron asked, alarmed. Revealing the truth, Harry answered. He closed his eyes briefly, drawing on Death's magic. A pulse of blue light emanated from his hand, engulfing the rat. Where the rat had been, a small, balding man with watery eyes and pointed nose now crouched on the floor, Harry's small hand somehow still restraining him despite the size difference. Molly screamed. Arthur leapt up, fumbling for his wand. Dumbledore was on his feet in an instant, wand already drawn. Peter Pettigrew, Harry announced calmly. Secret keeper for James and Lily Potter. The man who betrayed my parents to Voldemort and framed Sirius Black for the crime. Pettigrew's watery eyes bulged with terror. How, what, this is impossible. Many impossible things happen around me, Harry replied. You'll find that's a recurring theme. Dumbledore stepped forward, his wand trained on Pettigrew. Is this true, Peter? Were you the Potter's secret keeper? He made me. Pettigrew squealed. The Dark Lord, you have no idea of his powers. What would you have done? Died rather than betray my friends, Harry said, his child's voice somehow carrying the weight of death's judgment. As my parents died protecting me. Arthur had recovered enough to send his weasel Patronus racing away with a message. Aurors will be here soon, he told Dumbledore. No need, Harry said. He waved his hand, and silvery ropes appeared, binding Pettigrew securely. He won't transform again. I've temporarily bound his magic. The adults stared at Harry in shock. That's wandless magic, Molly whispered. Wordless, wandless magic performed by a 6-year-old. I told you, Harry said simply. Death taught me many things. Dumbledore studied Harry with new intensity. What are your intentions now, Harry? To grow up, Professor. To have the childhood I was denied the first time. To prepare for Voldemort's return, because he will return. The Horcruxes ensure that. Horcruxes. Arthur repeated, aghast. Plural. 6 intentional ones, plus me, the accidental one. Harry touched his scar. Though I've already removed that soul fragment and sent it back to him. He felt it. He knows something has changed, but he doesn't understand what. Ron had been watching wide-eyed throughout the entire exchange. Now he approached Harry cautiously. So, you want to be friends? Even though you're different? Harry supplied. Yes, Ron. I need friends more than ever. Death's realm doesn't have Quidditch or chocolate frogs or people who care about you. Ron grinned hesitantly. I can teach you about Quidditch. I'd like that, Harry said, returning the smile. For all his knowledge, he was still a child who craved connection. The fireplace flared green again, and 2 Aurors stepped through, wands at the ready. Arthur, we got your Patronus, one began, then stopped at the sight of Pettigrew bound on the floor. Is that Peter Pettigrew? Arthur confirmed. Apparently very much alive and possibly responsible for the Potter murders. The next hour was chaotic as more ministry officials arrived. Pettigrew was taken into custody, his dark mark revealed as further evidence of his allegiance to Voldemort. Harry answered questions with unsettling calm and accuracy, revealing just enough to ensure Sirius would receive a fair trial while keeping much of his knowledge private. Throughout the commotion, Harry remained close to Ron, who seemed to have appointed himself Harry's protector despite being a year younger. When officials tried to separate them for questioning, Ron stubbornly refused to leave Harry's side. He's my friend, Ron insisted, crossing his small arms. And you're scaring him with all your questions. Harry wasn't scared, but he appreciated Ron's concern, the first genuine human connection he'd felt since returning from Death's realm. As evening fell and the ministry officials finally departed, Molly began organizing sleeping arrangements. Harry can stay in my room, Ron volunteered immediately. I've got space. That's very kind, Ron, Molly said, looking at Harry with a mixture of awe and maternal concern. Harry, dear, are you hungry? You've had quite a day. Harry realized he was ravenous. His 6-year-old body had physical needs that his expanded consciousness had been ignoring. Yes, please, Mrs. Weasley. I haven't eaten in 3 days. 3 days? Molly exclaimed, outraged. Those muggles were not suitable guardians, Dumbledore finished, looking troubled. A fact I must take responsibility for. I believed the blood protection was worth the difficulties Harry might face there. Difficulties? Harry echoed. Is that what we're calling it now? The cupboard under the stairs. The starvation. The beatings. Molly's face flushed with anger. Albus, you didn't know about this? Dumbledore looked genuinely shaken. I knew his life there wasn't ideal, but I never imagined, you didn't want to know, Harry corrected. Just like you didn't want to know about Tom Riddle's orphanage. History repeating itself in convenient ways for your greater plans. Dumbledore flinched as if struck. Harry, it doesn't matter now, Harry interrupted. What matters is moving forward. The Dursleys' home is no longer safe anyway. When I removed the Horcrux from my scar, I weakened the blood protection significantly. Then you'll stay here, Molly said firmly, putting an arm around Harry's thin shoulders. For as long as you need. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I believe that would be best, for now. I'll make the necessary arrangements and strengthen the protective enchantments around the burrow. He knelt to meet Harry's eyes. I hope, in time, you'll help me understand everything you learned beyond the veil. Particularly about these Horcruxes. I will, Harry promised. But not tonight. Tonight, I just want to be a kid again. After Dumbledore left, Molly prepared a feast for dinner. The Weasley children peppered Harry with questions, which he answered selectively. He told them about the Dursleys and falling through the veil but glossed over much of what he'd learned from death. After dinner, Ron showed Harry to his room, which was plastered with Chudley Cannon's posters. They're not very good, Ron admitted sheepishly. But I like them anyway. They'll win the league in 2018, Harry said without thinking. Ron's eyes widened. Really? Wicked. Harry laughed. Don't bet on it, though. That timeline might change now. As they settled into bed, Ron in his own and Harry in a conjured one next to it, Ron asked quietly, what's it like? Knowing everything. Harry stared up at the ceiling, considering the question. Lonely, he finally answered. It's like reading the last page of every book before you start. Like knowing everyone's secrets without them telling you. Like being 100 years old trapped in a kid's body. Sounds awful, Ron said bluntly. Harry turned to look at his future but already present best friend. It is, sometimes. But not right now. Right now is good. Ron grinned. Wait till tomorrow. Fred and George will probably test their pranks on you. I know exactly what they're planning, Harry said, returning the grin. And I know exactly how to turn those pranks back on them. They laughed together, and for the first time since returning from Death's realm, Harry felt truly alive. In the days that followed, Harry settled into life at the Burrow. Molly fussed over his thin frame, plying him with extra helpings at every meal. Arthur bombarded him with questions about Muggle devices, which Harry answered with both knowledge from Death's realm and his own early childhood experiences. The Weasley children, after initial wariness, accepted Harry into their midst with remarkable ease. Bill and Charlie, home for summer break, taught Harry to play Quidditch in the orchard behind the house. Percy maintained a respectful distance, unnerved by Harry's uncanny knowledge but unfailingly polite. Fred and George, after a few backfiring prank attempts, declared Harry their honorary apprentice in mischief-making. Ginny overcame her shyness enough to show Harry her collection of magical creatures figurines. And Ron was exactly the friend Harry remembered and more. Unintimidated by Harry's knowledge and unfazed by his occasional odd behavior, Ron treated Harry like a normal kid who just happened to know some cool stuff. A week after Harry's arrival, important news came via Arthur. Sirius Black had been granted an emergency hearing based on the new evidence. Harry insisted on attending. I need to be there, he told Molly and Arthur. Sirius is my godfather. He'll need to see me. It's not appropriate for a child to attend such proceedings, Molly protested. I'm not a normal child, Harry reminded her gently. And my testimony could be crucial. In the end, they relented. Harry, accompanied by Arthur, fled to the ministry for the hearing. The courtroom fell silent as Harry entered, whispers following him as he walked to the witness stand. Sirius, thin and haggard from a year in Azkaban, stared at Harry with desperate hope in his sunken eyes. "Harry," he whispered, his voice breaking. "You look so much like James." "Except, I have my mother's eyes," Harry finished with a smile. "Hello, Sirius. It's good to see you again, though we haven't technically met in this timeline." Sirius looked confused, but before he could respond, the questioning began. Harry answered clearly and confidently, explaining how he had discovered Pettigrew's identity and detailing the Fidelius charm switch that had led to his parents' deaths. "How could you possibly know these details?" demanded Bartemius Crouch, who was leading the interrogation. "You were an infant when these events occurred." Harry had prepared for this question. "I have visions sometimes, sir. Since Voldemort's attack." The courtroom flinched at the name. "I see things, past, present, and possible futures. Professor Dumbledore has been helping me understand them." Dumbledore, present as a witness, inclined his head in confirmation, though his eyes revealed his surprise at Harry's explanation. The questioning continued, but the outcome was inevitable. With Pettigrew in custody, bearing the dark mark and having confessed under Veritaserum, Sirius was declared innocent of all charges and released immediately. After the formalities concluded, Sirius rushed to Harry, kneeling before him. "Harry, I'm so sorry. I never should have gone after Peter that night. I should have stayed with you." "I should have, it's okay," Harry interrupted, wrapping his small arms around his godfather's neck. "You're free now. That's what matters." Sirius pulled back, studying Harry's face. "There's something different about you. Something in your eyes." "We have a lot to talk about," Harry said. "About what happened to me, about Grimmauld Place, about Regulus and the locket, about Creature." Sirius stiffened. "How do you know about, like I said, a lot to talk about?" Harry took Sirius's hand. "But first, you need to recover. Mrs. Weasley has already prepared a room for you at the Burrow." "The Weasleys?" Sirius looked to Arthur, who nodded confirmation. "But I have Grimmauld Place, which is currently filled with dark artifacts, doxies, a murderous house elf, and your mother's charming portrait," Harry said dryly. "The Burrow is better for now. We'll deal with Grimmauld Place later." Sirius barked a laugh, sounding momentarily like his animagus form. "You really aren't a normal 6-year-old, are you?" "No," Harry agreed. "But I'm trying to be, at least sometimes." The adjustment period for Sirius was difficult. Nightmares plagued him, and he alternated between manic energy and profound depression. Harry often sat with him during these dark moments, sometimes talking, sometimes just providing silent companionship. "How can you understand what it's like?" Sirius asked once, during a particularly bad night. "The Dementors, the memories, the cold that never leaves your bones." "I spent what felt like centuries in Death's realm," Harry replied quietly. "I've experienced every possible version of life and death. I've felt the despair of 1,000 souls torn apart by grief. I understand more than you think." Sirius studied him for a long moment. "James would be fascinated by you. Lily would be worried sick. And what about you?" Harry asked. "Me?" Sirius gave a weak smile. "I'm just trying to keep up." As July turned to August, Harry's birthday approached. He'd mentioned it casually to Ron, not expecting anything, but on the morning of July 31st, he awoke to find the Burrow's kitchen decorated with streamers and balloons. "Happy birthday, Harry dear!" Molly exclaimed, placing a stack of pancakes before him. The Weasleys and Sirius had gone all out, with a homemade cake, presents, and even a small Quidditch match in the orchard. It was the first real birthday Harry had ever experienced, and despite all his cosmic knowledge, he found himself overwhelmed by simple joy. That evening, as the celebration wound down, Dumbledore arrived with news: the trial date for Peter Pettigrew had been set. "Will I need to testify again?" Harry asked. Not necessarily, Dumbledore replied. The evidence is overwhelming. But there's another matter we should discuss, Harry. The Horcruxes you mentioned. Harry nodded. He'd been expecting this conversation. 6 Horcruxes, plus the accidental one in my scar, which I've already dealt with. 7 parts of Voldemort's soul, Dumbledore murmured. Can you identify them? The diary, currently with Lucius Malfoy. The ring, hidden in the Gaunt Shack. The locket, stolen by Regulus Black and now at Grimmauld Place. The cup, in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault. The diadem, in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. Nagini, who doesn't become a Horcrux until Voldemort's rebirth. And there was me. Sirius, who had insisted on being part of this conversation despite Dumbledore's reservations, looked ill. A piece of Voldemort was in Harry. Not anymore, Harry assured him. I sent it back to its owner. He felt it, wherever his wraith is hiding right now. Can we destroy these Horcruxes before he returns? Arthur asked. We need to be careful, Harry cautioned. If Voldemort senses his Horcruxes being destroyed, he might create more or take drastic action. The diary is most vulnerable since Lucius doesn't know what it truly is. We should secure it first, then the diadem at Hogwarts. I'll accompany you to Hogwarts tomorrow, Dumbledore offered. The school is empty for summer break. We can retrieve the diadem then. And the diary? Sirius pressed. Harry considered. We need leverage over Lucius Malfoy. Something that would make him surrender the diary willingly. I might have some interesting information about the Malfoys' less-than-legal business dealings, Arthur suggested hesitantly. From my work at the Ministry. Perfect, Harry nodded. And Sirius, as head of the Black family, you could threaten to revoke Narcissa's marriage settlement if Lucius doesn't cooperate. Sirius grinned wolfishly. I like how you think, godson. Plans were made for the following day's Horcrux hunt. As the adults continued discussing strategies, Harry slipped outside to the garden, needing a moment alone. The stars shone brightly overhead, reminding him of the vast cosmic landscapes he'd witnessed in Death's realm. Are you there? He whispered to the night air. Always, came Death's reply, audible only to Harry. The cloaked figure materialized beside him, visible as a slight shimmer in reality that only Harry could perceive. Am I doing the right thing? Harry asked. Changing the timeline so dramatically? Time is not fixed, Death replied. All possibilities exist simultaneously. You are simply navigating a different branch than before. But people will live who died before. Events will unfold differently. Voldemort might adapt. Yes. But so have you. Death's skeletal hand rested lightly on Harry's shoulder. You fear the responsibility of your knowledge. I'm 6 years old, Harry said, suddenly feeling every bit his physical age. What if I make mistakes? You will, Death assured him. All beings do. But you have advantages others do not. Use them wisely, my apprentice. Harry nodded, drawing strength from Death's presence. Will you help me when I face him again? I am always with you, Death replied. But the final confrontation must be yours alone. It is your destiny to master Death, not to serve as its instrument. With that cryptic statement, Death's presence faded, leaving Harry alone under the stars once more. Or almost alone. Who were you talking to? Ron's voice came from behind him. Harry turned to find his friend watching him curiously. An old teacher, he replied honestly. Ron came to stand beside him. You're going away tomorrow, aren't you? To fight you-know-whose magic things. Horcruxes, Harry corrected. And yes, but I'll be back. This is just the beginning, Ron. We have years before Hogwarts, before everything really starts. But you'll still want to be my friend, right? Even though you know everything and I'm just, me. Harry smiled, placing a hand on Ron's shoulder just as Death had done to him moments before. Especially because you're just you. That's why we become best friends in every timeline I've seen. Ron grinned, relieved. Good. 'Cause I've already told Fred and George you're going to teach me how to turn their hair green tomorrow. Am I now? Harry laughed. Well, I suppose I could arrange that. Death taught me a few tricks that even those two haven't thought of yet. As they walked back to the house together, Harry felt a surge of determination. He might have Death's knowledge, but he also had something Voldemort would never understand, the love of family and friends. That, more than any cosmic power, would be his true strength in the battles to come. The next day dawned bright and clear. Harry, Sirius, and Dumbledore prepared to visit Hogwarts to retrieve the diadem Horcrux. Molly fussed over Harry, packing snacks and insisting he wear a jumper despite the summer heat. Mum, he's going to Hogwarts, not the Arctic, Ron complained as Molly adjusted Harry's collar for the third time. Better safe than sorry, Molly replied. And no wandering off, Harry. Stay with Professor Dumbledore at all times. Yes, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said dutifully, exchanging an amused glance with Ron. They fled directly to Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. Harry stepped out of the fireplace with more grace than his first attempt, though still not perfectly. The circular office looked exactly as Death had shown him in countless timelines, silver instruments whirring on spindle-legged tables, portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, and Fawkes the Phoenix on his golden perch. Hello, Fawkes, Harry said, approaching the magnificent bird. Fawkes studied Harry with intelligent eyes, then trilled a greeting and allowed Harry to stroke his crimson feathers. Remarkable, Dumbledore murmured. Fawkes rarely takes to strangers so quickly. We're old friends, Harry explained. He saved my life in the Chamber of Secrets. Or will save it, in a potential future. Sirius, who had followed through the flue, looked around the office with mixed emotions. Been a while since I was last in here. Usually meant I was in trouble. Usually deservedly so, Dumbledore commented with a twinkle in his eye. Now, Harry, you mentioned the Room of Requirement. Can you lead us there? Harry nodded and led them through the castle corridors. The school felt different, empty of students, quieter, more majestic, its magic more palpable. They reached the 7th-floor corridor with the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls ballet. We need to walk past this wall 3 times, Harry explained, thinking specifically about what we need. In this case, we need the room where everything is hidden. He paced back and forth, concentrating. On the 3rd pass, a door materialized in the previously blank wall. Harry opened it to reveal a cathedral-sized room filled with thousands of objects, broken furniture, banned books, damaged magical items, and countless other things hidden by generations of Hogwarts inhabitants. Merlin's beard, Sirius whispered, staring at the vast hoard. How will we ever find anything in this mess? I know exactly where it is, Harry assured him. He navigated confidently through the labyrinth of hidden objects, eventually stopping before an old, discolored cupboard. On top sat a blistered old wig on a mannequin head, and perched atop the wig was an ancient-looking tiara. Ravenclaw's diadem, Dumbledore breathed, reaching toward it. Don't touch it directly, Harry warned. It will try to possess you. The Horcrux inside is particularly aggressive. Dumbledore withdrew a silk handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wrapped the diadem without touching it. How do we destroy it? Basilisk venom or fiendfire are the surest methods, Harry replied. But there's another option. He extended his hand. May I? Hesitantly, Dumbledore handed over the wrapped diadem. Harry carefully set it on the floor, then knelt beside it. He closed his eyes, drawing on the power Death had taught him to access. What is he doing? Sirius whispered to Dumbledore. I believe, Dumbledore replied quietly, we are about to witness something extraordinary. Harry placed his palms over the diadem, not quite touching it. Blue-white light emanated from his hands, enveloping the Horcrux. The diadem began to vibrate, then emit a high-pitched whine. Black smoke seeped from the jewel at its center, forming a distorted face that screamed in rage and pain. "Return to your master," Harry commanded, his child's voice resonating with power beyond his years. "This vessel is no longer yours to corrupt." The smoke writhed and fought against the blue-white light, but Harry's power proved stronger. With a final shriek, the black essence compressed into a sphere, then vanished with a soft pop, just as the Horcrux from Harry's scar had done. Harry swayed slightly, the effort taking its toll on his young body. Sirius rushed forward to steady him. "Are you all right, pup?" he asked anxiously. "Fine," Harry managed, though his face was pale. "Just tired. It's harder with an object than it was with my scar. The soul fragment doesn't want to leave." Dumbledore carefully picked up the now purified diadem. "Extraordinary. You didn't destroy the Horcrux, you removed it while preserving the artifact." "Ravenclaw's diadem is too valuable to destroy," Harry explained. "It enhances wisdom and intelligence. It could be useful in the future." They returned to Dumbledore's office, where Harry drank a pepper-up potion provided by the headmaster. Steam poured from his ears, and color returned to his cheeks. "One down, 4 to go," Sirius said. "What's next?" "Lucius Malfoy and the diary," Harry replied. "We'll need Arthur's information and your status as head of the Black family to pressure him." "I've already sent Arthur a message," Dumbledore said. "He's arranging a meeting with Lucius for tomorrow." "Good. After that, we'll need to visit Grimmauld Place for the locket." Sirius grimaced. "Not looking forward to that. Or to dealing with Creature." "Creature is key to destroying the locket," Harry told him. "He watched Regulus die trying to stop Voldemort. If you treat him with respect and help him fulfill Regulus's final order, he'll become your staunchest ally." Sirius looked skeptical but nodded. "If you say so." They returned to the Burrow, where Molly had lunch waiting. Ron immediately dragged Harry outside to ask about the Horcrux Hunt, while Fred and George lurked nearby, clearly planning another prank attempt. "Did you really see inside you-know-whose head?" Ron asked eagerly. "Sort of," Harry answered. "The Horcrux contains a piece of his soul, but it's not his actual thoughts. More like an echo of who he was when he created it." Fred and George edged closer, their curiosity overcoming their prank plans. "So what was he like?" George asked. "You know who, I mean." Harry considered how to answer. "Brilliant but broken," he finally said. "Imagine the smartest person you know, but without any ability to love or connect with others. All that intelligence turned toward power and control because he never learned anything else." The twins exchanged glances, their usual mischief replaced by thoughtfulness. "Could he have been different?" Fred asked. "If someone had helped him when he was young?" "Maybe," Harry acknowledged. "That's the tragedy of Tom Riddle. He could have been great in so many better ways." The conversation shifted to lighter topics, but Harry noted that the twins didn't attempt any pranks that afternoon. Some lessons were worth more than jokes. That evening, as Ron and Harry prepared for bed, Harry felt a familiar presence in the room. "Someone's here," Ron said suddenly, looking around. "I can feel it." Harry smiled. "You've always been more perceptive than people give you credit for." "Yes, death is visiting." "Death?" Ron squeaked. "Like, actual death. The Grim Reaper." "Hello, young Weasley," Death's voice echoed softly. "Few living beings can sense my presence without training. You have a rare gift." Ron gaped at the corner where the voice seemed to originate, though he couldn't see anything. Thank you. Sir. Ma'am." "Death transcends such designations," Harry explained. "Though I tend to think of Death as male because that's how he first appeared to me." "Why is he here?" Ron whispered. "To observe," Death replied. "Your friendship with my apprentice interests me." Human connections were not part of our curriculum. Will you help us fight you-know-who? Ron asked boldly. I cannot directly intervene in mortal affairs, Death explained. All souls come to me eventually, even those who try to cheat me. But Harry may act as my proxy in certain matters. Like the Horcruxes, Harry added. Ron nodded slowly. This is really weird, you know that, right? Most kids my age worry about Quidditch teams, not talking to death. Harry laughed. Welcome to my life, Ron. It only gets weirder from here. The next day brought the confrontation with Lucius Malfoy. Arthur had arranged a meeting at the Ministry, ostensibly to discuss regulation of enchanted Muggle artifacts. Lucius arrived with his customary sneer, not bothering to hide his disdain for Arthur Weasley. This had better be important, Weasley, he drawled. My time is valuable. His expression changed dramatically when he entered the meeting room to find not only Arthur but also Sirius Black, Albus Dumbledore, and Harry Potter waiting for him. What is the meaning of this? He demanded, hand moving toward his wand. Please, sit down, Lucius, Dumbledore said pleasantly. We have a matter of mutual interest to discuss. Lucius remained standing. I have nothing to discuss with blood traitors and, his gaze fixed on Harry, publicity-seeking children. Harry met Lucius's gaze calmly. We're here about the diary, Mr. Malfoy. The one Voldemort gave you for safekeeping. The color drained from Lucius's face. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me be clear, Sirius said, his aristocratic upbringing evident in his cold tone. As head of the Black family, I have the authority to review and potentially revoke Narcissa's marriage settlement. The Malfoy fortune could be significantly reduced with a single signature from me. Arthur stepped forward, placing a folder on the table. Additionally, we have documentation of certain financial irregularities involving your imports from unregistered potion suppliers in Eastern Europe. The penalties for such violations are substantial. This is outrageous, Lucius spluttered. You have no proof. We don't need proof to launch an investigation, Arthur replied calmly. The process itself would be quite disruptive to your business interests and social standing. Lucius's eyes narrowed. What exactly do you want? Tom Riddle's diary, Harry said. The small black book with a damaged cover that feels strange when you hold it. The one that compels you to keep it safe even though you don't know why. Lucius stared at Harry. How could you possibly know about that? I know many things, Mr. Malfoy. I know the diary is a Horcrux containing a piece of Voldemort's soul. I know he intends it to be used to reopen the Chamber of Secrets. I know you plan to slip it to a student when the time is right, probably using your rivalry with Mr. Weasley as cover. This is absurd, Lucius protested, but his voice lacked conviction. Harry's impossible knowledge had shaken him. Here is our offer, Dumbledore said. Surrender the diary, and all evidence of financial irregularities disappears. Your family's standing remains intact. Refuse, and face the consequences, financial, legal, and social. Lucius was trapped, and he knew it. The diary is in my home. In a hidden compartment beneath the drawing room floor. Then let's retrieve it, Sirius suggested with a predatory smile. Now. Under heavy guard, Lucius led them to Malfoy Manor. Narcissa watched with thinly veiled alarm as her husband, accompanied by his adversaries, entered their home. Draco, the same age as Harry, peeked curiously from behind a door before being hurriedly sent upstairs by his mother. In the drawing room, Lucius removed an ornate rug and tapped a specific floorboard with his wand. A compartment opened, revealing several dark artifacts, including a small black diary. That's it, Harry confirmed, feeling the malevolent energy emanating from the book even from a distance. Dumbledore levitated the diary out of the compartment, careful not to touch it. Thank you for your cooperation, Lucius. We'll be taking this and leaving you to your family matters. As they prepared to depart, Harry approached Narcissa, who had observed the proceedings with rigid composure. Mrs. Malfoy, he said politely, "I'd like to speak with Draco if possible." Narcissa's protective instinct flared. "Absolutely not. My son has nothing to do with this." "I mean him no harm," Harry assured her. "Quite the opposite, in fact. I have information that could benefit him greatly." Something in Harry's tone, the ancient wisdom behind his child's voice, gave Narcissa pause. After a moment's hesitation, she called for Draco. The blond boy appeared, eyeing the visitors with a mixture of curiosity and the disdain he'd clearly learned from his father. "You're Harry Potter," he said immediately, spotting the lightning scar. "And you're Draco Malfoy," Harry replied with a smile. "In another timeline, we meet on the Hogwarts Express and become rivals for 7 years. I'd prefer to avoid that this time." Draco blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "I'm offering you friendship, Draco," Harry said simply. "Despite what your father may have told you about blood status and family rivalries, those things don't determine a person's worth. You have potential to be more than just Lucius Malfoy's son." Draco's pale face flushed. "My father made choices that led us here today," Harry interrupted gently. "You can make different choices." He extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Draco took it. Their handshake was brief but significant, the first divergence from the timeline Harry had originally experienced. "I'll see you at Hogwarts in 5 years, Harry said. "Think about what kind of wizard you want to be by then." They left Malfoy Manor with the diary secured. Back at the Burrow, Harry employed the same technique he'd used on the diadem, extracting the soul fragment and sending it back to its creator. "2 down," Sirius noted as Harry recovered from the exertion. "3, counting my scar," Harry corrected. "Half of Voldemort's Horcruxes in just 2 days. He must be feeling it, wherever his wraith is hiding." "Will he come after you?" Molly asked worriedly. Harry shook his head. "Not yet. He's too weak, and he doesn't understand what's happening. He knows something's wrong, but without a body, he can't do much about it." Over the next week, they tackled the remaining accessible Horcruxes. At Grimmauld Place, Sirius followed Harry's advice, treating Kreacher with respect and explaining Regulus's sacrifice. The elderly house elf broke down in tears when Sirius promised to fulfill Regulus's final wish to destroy the Locket Horcrux. "Master Regulus was good boy," Kreacher sobbed. "Tried to stop Dark Lord. Kreacher failed him." "You didn't fail," Harry assured the elf. "You kept the locket safe all these years. Now we can finish what Regulus started." Under Harry's guidance, Kreacher transformed from a bitter, mumbling servant into a devoted ally. He helped clean Grimmauld Place, making it habitable for Sirius, who decided to split his time between there and the Burrow. The Gaunt Ring proved more challenging. Heavily cursed by Voldemort, it nearly killed Dumbledore when he instinctively reached for it, momentarily forgetting Harry's warning in his desire to hold the Resurrection Stone. Harry's quick intervention saved the headmaster's hand from the withering curse, though not without cost. Harry spent 2 days recovering from the magical exertion. 5 Horcruxes neutralized, Dumbledore summarized at their next meeting. "Only Nagini remains, and she isn't yet a Horcrux." "So Voldemort is mortal again?" Arthur asked. "His primary soul piece still exists as a wraith," Harry explained. "But yes, if we can find and defeat that piece, he would be gone for good." "How do we find him?" Sirius wondered. "We don't," Harry said. "Not yet. We've already changed the timeline significantly. In the original sequence of events, Voldemort possesses Professor Quirrell when he attempts to steal the Philosopher's Stone next year. Without his Horcruxes, he'll be desperate for any path to restoration. You want to use the stone as bait, Dumbledore realized. Harry nodded. "With your permission, Professor. We let events unfold naturally until he reveals himself, then end it once and for all." "A dangerous game," Dumbledore cautioned. "Many things could go wrong." "Many things already have gone right that went wrong before," Harry countered. "Sirius is free. The Horcruxes are neutralized. I'm not growing up abused and ignorant of my heritage. We're ahead of the game, Professor. The remainder of the summer passed peacefully. Harry divided his time between studying magic theory with Dumbledore, practicing wandless magic, his child's body wasn't yet ready for a wand, playing with the Weasley children, and bonding with Sirius. By September, a new routine had established itself. Dumbledore arranged for Harry and Ron to receive private tutoring along with the younger Weasleys, while Bill returned to Hogwarts for his final year and Charlie for his sixth. Percy, Fred, and George attended day lessons with a ministry-approved tutor who came to the Burrow. Harry's knowledge far exceeded what any tutor could teach, but he enjoyed the structured learning environment and the chance to help his friends. Ron, in particular, blossomed under Harry's guidance, showing an aptitude for strategy and problem-solving that had been overlooked in the original timeline. As autumn turned to winter, Harry noticed subtle changes in the fabric of reality around him. His actions had already altered the timeline significantly, creating ripples that affected events far beyond his immediate circle. The future is becoming less certain, he confided to Death during one of their regular conversations. I can't see as clearly down the branching paths. That is the nature of choice, Death replied. Every decision creates new possibilities and eliminates others. You are no longer walking a path you have seen before, you are creating a new one. Is that good or bad? Neither. It simply is. Even I cannot see all futures, my apprentice. The joy and terror of existence is that some things remain unknowable until they unfold. As Christmas approached, the Burrow transformed with decorations and the scent of Molly's baking. Harry, who had never experienced a proper Christmas before Death's realm, found himself unexpectedly emotional at the simple family traditions, decorating the tree, singing carols, wrapping gifts for loved ones. On Christmas Eve, as the Weasley household slept, Harry sat alone by the dying fire, contemplating the year's events. His 6th birthday seemed a lifetime ago, which, in many ways, it was. Happy Christmas, Harry. Harry turned to find Sirius standing in the doorway, holding 2 mugs of hot chocolate. Happy Christmas, Sirius, Harry replied, accepting one of the mugs. Couldn't sleep. Nightmares, Sirius admitted, sitting beside Harry. They're less frequent now, but they still come. You. Just thinking. About everything that's changed. About what's still to come. Sirius studied his godson's face, illuminated by the firelight. Sometimes I forget you're just a child. You speak like someone who's lived for centuries. In some ways, I have, Harry said softly. But in others, I'm still learning what it means to be human. Death doesn't experience emotions the way we do. All that knowledge doesn't teach you how to feel. And how do you feel now? Harry considered the question. Happy. Scared. Hopeful. Confused. All at once. Is that normal? Sirius laughed quietly. Absolutely normal. That's the messy wonder of being alive, Harry. He wrapped an arm around the boy's shoulders. Your parents would be proud of you, you know. Not because of your cosmic knowledge or your battle against Voldemort, but because you've remained kind and brave despite everything. Harry leaned against his godfather, savoring the simple human connection. Tell me about them. Not what death showed me or what history records, tell me the small things, the everyday moments. Sirius's face softened with memory. Your father couldn't cook to save his life. Burns water, that man could. Your mother was terrifying when angry, her green eyes would flash just like yours do. James would deliberately provoke her sometimes just to see that fire. As Sirius shared stories of the Marauders' adventures and James and Lily's courtship, Harry felt something healing inside him, a wound he hadn't known he carried. These weren't grand historical moments but the intimate details that made his parents real people rather than legendary figures. When Christmas morning dawned, Harry was amazed by the pile of presents with his name on them, not just from the Weasleys and Sirius, but from people throughout the wizarding world who had heard about his return. Dumbledore had carefully screened all gifts for dangerous enchantments, allowing only safe ones through. Harry had prepared gifts as well, using the allowance from his trust vault that Dumbledore had arranged access to. For each Weasley, he'd chosen something personal, a book on dragons for Charlie, a miniature model of the Burrow that showed everyone's location for Molly, a set of enchanted business ledgers for Percy's future ambitions. For Ron, he'd commissioned a custom chess set with pieces modeled after their friends and family. Ron's face lit up when he opened it, especially when he realized the pieces moved and spoke with the personalities of their real-life counterparts. "Wicked!" Ron exclaimed as the Harry-shaped knight offered strategic advice in Harry's actual voice. "How did you do this?" "Magic," Harry replied with a wink. "And a lot of help from Bill and Charlie." For Sirius, Harry had retrieved something special from his vault, a collection of letters James had written to Sirius during the brief period the Potters were in hiding. Sirius read the first one with trembling hands, then excused himself to read the rest privately. When he returned an hour later, his eyes were red but his smile was genuine. "That's the best gift anyone's ever given me," he told Harry, voice rough with emotion. "Thank you." After the presents were opened and Molly's magnificent Christmas feast consumed, Harry found himself surrounded by the loving chaos of a family Christmas, Fred and George testing their new pranking supplies, Percy reading his new books, Ron challenging anyone who would play to chess matches on his new set. Even Dumbledore visited briefly, bringing news from Hogwarts and enjoying Molly's pudding with evident delight. Watching it all, Harry felt a profound sense of contentment. Death had given him knowledge beyond mortal comprehension, but the Weasleys and Sirius had given him something equally precious, a home. As the year drew to a close, Harry reflected on how much had changed in just 6 months. He'd fallen through the veil, become Death's apprentice, returned with cosmic knowledge, found a home with the Weasleys, freed his godfather, neutralized 5 Horcruxes, and begun preparing for Voldemort's eventual return. Yet for all his power and knowledge, what he valued most were the simple moments, playing Quidditch with Ron, helping Molly in the kitchen, listening to Arthur's enthusiastic questions about Muggle technology, watching Fred and George perfect their pranks, teaching Ginny to overcome her shyness, discussing books with Percy, hearing Sirius's stories about the Marauders. In Death's realm, Harry had learned everything worth knowing. But in life, he was learning everything worth experiencing. And somehow, that made all the difference. As the clock struck midnight on New Year's Eve, Harry stood in the Weasleys' garden, watching fireworks explode over the orchard, courtesy of Fred and George's early experiments with magical pyrotechnics. Ron stood beside him, wrapped in one of Molly's hand-knitted sweaters against the winter chill. "What do you think next year will bring?" Ron asked. Harry smiled, watching the colors burst across the night sky. "I have no idea," he admitted, and found he rather liked the uncertainty. "But I'm looking forward to finding out." "Me too," Ron agreed, bumping his shoulder against Harry's. "Even with all your death knowledge and stuff, I bet it'll be an adventure." "It already is," Harry said softly. "The best kind." Death stood unseen behind them, observing his apprentice with what might have been pride. The boy who lived had become something more, not just a wizard, not just Death's apprentice, but something uniquely, wonderfully human. The future remained unwritten, full of possibilities neither Death nor Harry could fully predict. And that, perhaps, was the greatest magic of all. Chapter 2, The Living and the Dead. The next 5 years flew by in a blur of magical education, Weasley family chaos, and preparation for what Harry knew was coming. By the time his Hogwarts letter arrived, hand-delivered by Dumbledore rather than owl post, Harry had mastered wandless magic beyond what most adult wizards could achieve with wands, helped the Ministry capture several Death Eaters who'd escaped justice after the war, and built a network of allies ranging from house elves to goblins to centaurs. But he'd also learned to fly a broom with Ron, helped the twins perfect their early joke products, endured Molly's motherly fussing, and generally experienced a childhood he'd never had in any other timeline. "It's here!" Ron shouted, waving his own letter wildly as he burst into the room they still shared at the Burrow. "We're officially going to Hogwarts." Harry grinned at his friend's excitement. Despite knowing this day would come, he felt a flutter of anticipation himself. "Let's go tell your mum. She's been waiting for this moment since we were 6. They thundered down the stairs to find Molly already preparing a celebration breakfast. The owls came through the kitchen window, she explained, wiping happy tears with her apron. "My little Ronnie, off to Hogwarts at last." "Moo-um," Ron groaned as she pulled him into a crushing hug. Harry watched with a fond smile. After 5 years, he still sometimes found himself surprised by the simple warmth of family life. Death had shown him countless versions of existence, but experiencing it firsthand remained precious in ways cosmic knowledge couldn't capture. "We'll need to visit Diagon Alley," Molly said, releasing Ron to check his letter. "Arthur can take the day off on Saturday, and, actually, Mrs. Weasley," Harry interrupted gently, "Sirius wants to take us shopping. Sort of a godfather thing." Molly hesitated, clearly torn between her maternal instinct to handle everything herself and her recognition of Sirius's right to participate in Harry's life. Over the years, she'd come to respect Sirius, though they still occasionally butted heads over parenting approaches. "Well, I suppose that would be all right," she conceded. "But mind you get everything on the list. And no extra stops at that joke shop." Harry and Ron exchanged guilty glances. They'd already promised to meet Fred and George at Gamble and Japes to examine the competition. The Diagon Alley trip that weekend was chaotic but fun. Sirius, now fully recovered from his Azkaban stay and working as a cursebreaker for Gringotts, swept them from shop to shop with infectious enthusiasm. "First wands," he declared after they'd visited Gringotts. "Most important moment in a young wizard's life." At Ollivander's, Ron went first, ending up with a 14-inch willow wand with unicorn hair core after trying only 3 options. When Harry's turn came, Ollivander fixed him with that same eerie stare he remembered from Death's visions. "Harry Potter. I've been expecting you." "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," Harry replied politely. "I believe you've got a holly and phoenix feather wand that might suit me." Ollivander's silvery eyes widened. "How could you possibly?" He trailed off, studying Harry more intently. "You've walked with Death, haven't you, Mr. Potter?" Harry wasn't surprised by Ollivander's perception. Wand makers developed a unique sensitivity to magical auras. "Yes, sir. We're well acquainted." Sirius and Ron exchanged glances. Despite living with Harry for years, they were still sometimes caught off guard by moments like this. Ollivander disappeared into the back of his shop without another word. When he returned, he carried a familiar box. "Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." The phoenix who gave the feather for this wand gave one other, which became Voldemort's wand, Harry finished. "Yes, I know." He took the wand, feeling the immediate warmth and connection as sparks shot from its tip. But something was different from what Death had shown him. The connection felt stronger, more refined, as if the wand recognized not just Harry's magical signature but his enhanced consciousness as well. "Curious," Ollivander murmured. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, but rarely with such certainty. It's as if it was waiting specifically for you." "Perhaps it was," Harry replied. "In a way, we've met before." After paying for their wands, Sirius insisted on covering Ron's despite Arthur and Molly having saved for it. They continued their shopping. At Flourish and Blotts, Harry selected several advanced books beyond the first-year curriculum, while at the apothecary, he guided Ron toward ingredients that would be useful beyond their basic lessons. "How do you know all this stuff?" Ron asked as Harry debated the merits of different qualities of salamander blood. "Death showed me every possible version of our 7 years at Hogwarts," Harry explained, keeping his voice low. "In some, I paid attention in potions. In some, I didn't." The difference was significant. Their last stop was Elop's Owl Emporium, where a snowy owl immediately flew to Harry's shoulder. "Hello, Hedwig," he said softly, stroking her feathers. "Nice to meet you again. You know this owl?" Sirius asked, amused. "We've been friends in many lifetimes," Harry replied. "And we'll be in this one too." September 1st arrived with the usual Weasley pandemonium, last-minute packing, forgotten items, and general chaos as they piled into Arthur's magically expanded Ford Anglia. Molly fussed over everyone, but especially Ron, her youngest son leaving for Hogwarts for the first time, and Harry, whom she'd come to consider one of her own. "You've got clean underwear packed. Enough socks. Your toothbrush." "Yes, Mrs. Weasley," Harry assured her, submitting to her straightening his collar. "We've got everything." At King's Cross, they passed through the barrier to platform 9 3/4 without incident. The scarlet Hogwarts Express gleamed in the morning light, steam billowing around the bustling platform. Harry felt a surge of emotion. He'd seen this scene countless times in Death's Realm, but experiencing it himself was different. "Look after Ron," Molly whispered as she hugged Harry goodbye. "And let him look after you too, dear. You don't always have to be the strong one." Harry nodded, throat tight with unexpected emotion. "Thank you. For everything." Sirius pulled him into a bear hug next. "Write every week, pup. And remember, no matter what prophecies or cosmic knowledge say, you're allowed to be a kid sometimes." On the train, Harry and Ron found an empty compartment and settled in. As the train pulled away from the station, Harry felt a strange sense of déjà vu mixed with novelty. This was both familiar and completely new. "Chocolate frog?" Ron offered, already digging into the treats Molly had packed. Before Harry could answer, the compartment door slid open to reveal a bushy-haired girl with rather large front teeth. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "Hello, Hermione," Harry said with a smile. "We haven't seen Trevor, but he's probably near the bathrooms. Toads like damp places." Hermione Granger blinked in surprise. "How did you know my name? Or that the toad is called Trevor?" "I know lots of things," Harry replied. "Like the fact that you've already memorized all our course books and that you're nervous because you're muggle-born and afraid of being behind, even though you'll turn out to be the brightest witch of our age." Hermione's mouth opened and closed several times. That's impossible. Are you a Legilimens?" "I read about them in The Mind Arts, An Introduction to Occlumency and Legilimency," Harry finished. "Good book, but Broderick's Advanced Mental Protection is better for practical applications." Ron snorted at Hermione's stunned expression. "You might as well sit down. Once Harry gets going with the impossible knowledge thing, it takes a while to process." Hermione hesitated, then sat. "Who are you?" "Harry Potter. And this is Ron Weasley, my best friend." Her eyes widened. "Harry Potter? I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century," Harry nodded. "But they got most of it wrong. The truth is much stranger." Over the next hour, Harry gave Hermione a carefully edited version of his story, falling through the veil, gaining Death's knowledge, and returning. He left out the Horcruxes and specific future events but explained enough for her to understand his unusual circumstances. That's. For once, Hermione seemed at a loss for words. "Mental?" Ron suggested. "Yeah, we thought so too. But you get used to it." "Fascinating," Hermione finally managed. "The Department of Mysteries is supposed to study death, among other things. You've essentially gained access to knowledge they've sought for centuries. Which is why we keep it quiet," Harry said seriously. "The Ministry wouldn't hesitate to lock me away for study if they knew the full extent of what I learned." "Of course," Hermione agreed immediately. "I won't tell anyone." The compartment door slid open again, revealing a pale boy with slick-back blonde hair. Draco Malfoy stood flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, but his usual sneer was absent, replaced by curiosity. "They're saying Harry Potter's on the train," he said, eyes finding Harry's scar. "So it's you, then." "Hello, Draco, Harry said. It's been a while. Draco shifted uncomfortably, clearly remembering their brief meeting 5 years ago. I've been thinking about what you said. About choices. Ron looked between them, confused. You two know each other. We met once, Harry explained. When we were 6. Draco straightened his shoulders. My father says I should avoid you. That you've allied yourself with blood traitors and will likely associate with Muggleborns as well. His eyes flickered briefly to Hermione. And what do you think? Harry asked. I think. Draco hesitated, clearly torn between his upbringing and his curiosity. I think I'd like to decide for myself. About things. Harry smiled and stood, offering his hand just as he had 5 years ago. That's a good start. Draco shook Harry's hand, ignoring Crabbe and Goyle's confused expressions. This doesn't mean we're friends, Potter. Not yet, Harry agreed. But maybe eventually. After Draco left, Ron stared at Harry. What was that about? Malfoys have been enemies with Weasleys for generations. And what better time to change that than now? Harry replied. Draco's not his father, Ron. At least, he doesn't have to be. Ron looked skeptical but didn't argue. One of the benefits of growing up with Harry's impossible knowledge was that Ron had learned to trust Harry's judgment, even when it seemed counterintuitive. The remainder of the journey passed pleasantly. Hermione stayed, fascinated by Harry's knowledge and gradually warming to Ron despite his less scholarly approach to magic. Neville Longbottom joined them briefly after finding Trevor, and Harry made a point of drawing the shy boy into conversation, knowing how important he would become in any timeline. As darkness fell outside the windows, the train began to slow. Harry felt a mix of emotions as they pulled into Hogsmeade Station, excitement at returning to Hogwarts, apprehension about the confrontations to come, and a deep, almost painful nostalgia for something he'd experienced countless times in Death's visions but never in his own life. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Hagrid's familiar call brought a smile to Harry's face as they disembarked. Hello, Hagrid, he called, waving to the enormous groundskeeper. Harry Potter. Hagrid beamed, his beetle-black eyes crinkling. Last time I saw ya, you was just a baby. Ya look like your dad, but ye've got my mother's eyes, Harry finished with a grin. So I've been told. Hagrid led them to the boats, and soon they were gliding across the Black Lake toward Hogwarts Castle. Despite having seen this moment from countless angles in Death's realm, Harry gasped along with the other first years as the castle came into view, its windows blazing with welcoming light against the night sky. It's beautiful, Hermione whispered beside him. Yes, Harry agreed. And it feels like coming home. Professor McGonagall met them in the entrance hall, her stern gaze sweeping over the first years. When her eyes fell on Harry, he saw a flicker of something, recognition, perhaps, or the faintest suggestion of a smile, before her professional demeanor reasserted itself. Welcome to Hogwarts, she began her usual speech about the houses and the sorting ceremony. Harry listened with half an ear, his attention caught by something most students couldn't perceive. The castle itself seemed to be responding to his presence, its ancient magic reaching out to his enhanced senses like a curious cat investigating a new visitor. Having spent centuries in Death's realm studying the fundamental nature of magic, Harry could perceive the sentience that Hogwarts had developed over a millennium of absorbing magical residue from countless students and professors. Hello, he whispered silently to the castle's consciousness. It's nice to meet you properly. He felt a warm pulse of recognition in response, as if the castle somehow knew he was different from the typical first-year student. McGonagall led them into the great hall, where the enchanted ceiling reflected the clear night sky outside. The Sorting Hat sat on its stool at the front of the hall, looking just as battered and patched as Harry remembered from countless visions. As the sorting began, Harry observed the staff table. Dumbledore caught his eye and gave a subtle nod. They discussed the coming year extensively over the past months, preparing for Voldemort's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The stone itself was already in place, protected by the various teachers' enchantments, serving as bait for Voldemort's wraith. Harry's gaze moved to Professor Quirrell, noting the telltale purple turban concealing Voldemort's face on the back of his head. Even from this distance, Harry could sense the dark, fractured soul fragment possessing the nervous defense teacher. With most of his Horcruxes destroyed, this wraith contained a larger portion of Voldemort's soul than in the original timeline, making it both more powerful and more vulnerable. Granger, Hermione. Harry's attention returned to the sorting as Hermione approached the stool. The hat took nearly a minute before declaring, Gryffindor. Hermione beamed as she headed for the Gryffindor table, where Percy Weasley was enthusiastically applauding his new housemate. When Malfoy, Draco, was called, Harry watched with interest. In every timeline Death had shown him, the hat had barely touched Draco's head before sending him to Slytherin. This time, however, the hat remained silent for nearly 30 seconds, a significant delay for someone from a family with generations of Slytherins. Eventually, it called, Slytherin. But Draco looked thoughtful rather than triumphant as he joined his housemates. Potter, Harry. Whispers erupted throughout the hall as Harry approached the stool. He sat down, and McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Well, said a small voice in his ear. This is unprecedented. I've sorted students with time turners before, but never one who's experienced centuries beyond the veil of death itself. Hello, Harry thought back. I imagine my mind is rather different from what you usually encounter. Different? The hat chuckled. Mr. Potter, your mind contains knowledge that even Rowena Ravenclaw would envy. I see bravery worthy of Gryffindor, of course, facing death and returning requires exceptional courage. But also cunning and ambition that would serve you well in Slytherin, loyalty deep enough for Hufflepuff, and wisdom far beyond your years for Ravenclaw. So where will you put me? That depends, the hat replied. With your knowledge, you could reshape any house to your liking. Where do you want to be? Harry considered. He could choose any house and succeed, but his strongest connections, Ron, Hermione, Neville, were Gryffindors in every timeline he'd witnessed. I believe I'm still a Gryffindor at heart. Are you sure? Slytherin could help you achieve greatness with your knowledge. I don't seek greatness, Harry replied honestly. I seek balance. Understanding. Connection. Death taught me knowledge, but living taught me love. Gryffindor is where I learned to love in countless timelines. Well said, the hat declared. Better be Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheers. Fred and George started a chant of, We got Potter. We got Potter, while Percy shook Harry's hand pompously as he sat down. Ron joined him shortly after, looking relieved to be in the same house as his best friend. The feast that followed was everything Harry remembered from Death's visions, delicious food appearing magically on golden plates, nearly headless Nick welcoming the first years to Gryffindor, and the warm atmosphere of the Great Hall. Yet experiencing it firsthand, with the tastes and smells and sounds surrounding him, made it infinitely more real and precious. As dessert appeared, Harry felt a familiar chill pass through the hall. Death stood behind Dumbledore's chair, visible only to Harry, observing the proceedings with what might have been curiosity. You seem happy, my apprentice, Death's voice echoed in Harry's mind. This feast means much to you. It's my first real welcome to Hogwarts, Harry replied silently. In every timeline, this moment matters. The Wraith is here, Death observed, ghostly hand indicating Quirrell. He fears me, yet doesn't recognize my presence. Curious, how desperately he clings to his fractured existence. We'll confront him soon enough, Harry promised. But not tonight. Tonight is for living. Death inclined his hooded head and faded from view just as Dumbledore rose to give his start-of-term notices. Harry listened with half an ear to the familiar warnings about the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor. As they followed Percy up to Gryffindor Tower, Harry found himself walking alongside Neville, who was looking nervous and overwhelmed. Feeling all right, Neville? Harry asked kindly. Not really, Neville admitted. I don't think I belong in Gryffindor. My gran wanted me in Hufflepuff, said I'm not brave enough for Gryffindor. The hat sees what's inside us, even when we can't see it ourselves, Harry told him. You have more courage than you know. It just needs the right circumstances to emerge. Neville looked doubtful but managed a weak smile. Thanks, Harry. Their first week of classes was simultaneously familiar and new for Harry. He knew the material already, not just first-year curriculum but magic far beyond Newt level, yet experiencing the lessons firsthand was different from observing them through Death's omniscient perspective. In Transfiguration, he deliberately held back, transforming his match into a needle only after Hermione had achieved a partial transformation. McGonagall gave him a knowing look but said nothing. They had discussed this strategy in advance. Harry would demonstrate above-average but not impossible skills in classes, keeping his true abilities private. Charms was similarly straightforward. Professor Flitwick squeaked in excitement when calling Harry's name during roll call, but otherwise treated him like any other student. Harry practiced basic wand work while secretly experimenting with wandless applications of the principles Flitwick taught. History of magic provided an opportunity for Harry to share his knowledge more freely. While Professor Binns droned on about goblin rebellions, Harry whispered more accurate and interesting details to Ron and Hermione, having learned the true history of magical conflicts directly from Death, who had witnessed them all. That's not what the textbook says, Hermione whispered back during one such correction. Textbooks are written by the winners, Harry explained quietly. The goblin perspective is quite different. They view Urg the Unclean as a freedom fighter, not a terrorist. Herbology proved surprisingly enjoyable. Harry had always appreciated the subject in Death's visions, but actually feeling the soil between his fingers and helping plants thrive gave him a connection to life that felt especially significant after his time in Death's realm. Defense against the dark arts, however, presented the first real challenge. Entering Quirrell's classroom, Harry immediately felt the dark presence lurking beneath the professor's turban. Voldemort's soul fragment reacted to Harry's proximity, causing Quirrell to wince and adjust his headwear nervously. Welcome to D-Defense against the D-Dark Arts, Quirrell stammered, his eyes darting around the classroom but carefully avoiding Harry. Today we'll be discussing basic defensive theory. As Quirrell turned to write on the blackboard, Harry caught a glimpse of movement beneath the turban. Voldemort was aware of him, perhaps sensing that something about Harry had changed since their last encounter as infant and murderer. Throughout the lesson, Harry maintained a neutral expression while silently observing the possessed professor. Occasionally, he allowed small tendrils of Death's power to seep from his aura, not enough to be detected by anyone but Voldemort, whose fractured soul would recognize the chill of Death's realm. Quirrell dropped his chalk twice and seemed increasingly agitated as the lesson progressed. When class ended, he practically fled the room, leaving the students to gather their books in confusion. What was that about? Ron asked as they headed to lunch. Seemed even more nervous than usual. He knows something's different about me, Harry explained quietly. The fragment of Voldemort possessing him can sense Death's touch on my soul. That's creepy, Ron declared. Useful, though, I guess. Should we tell Professor Dumbledore? Hermione suggested, having been partially briefed on the situation by Harry. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore already knows. We're monitoring Quirrell while he leads us to Voldemort's wraith. It's all part of the plan. Potions class brought another anticipated confrontation. As Snape swept into the dungeon, his black robes billowing dramatically, Harry prepared himself for the hostility he'd witnessed in countless timelines. Snape began with his usual speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion making, his dark eyes eventually finding Harry's. Ah, yes, he said softly. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. But instead of the barrage of impossible questions that usually followed in other timelines, Snape simply stared at Harry for a long moment, as if searching for something in his face. Harry met his gaze calmly, allowing a flicker of Lily's compassion to show in his eyes, a deliberate choice, knowing how deeply Snape had loved his mother. Something in Snape's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. Without another word directed specifically at Harry, he set the class to work brewing a simple potion to cure boils. What was that about? Hermione whispered as they gathered ingredients. I thought he was going to interrogate you. He saw something he didn't expect, Harry replied. Sometimes, silence speaks louder than words. As they worked on their potion, Harry deliberately helped Neville avoid adding porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire, a mistake that would have resulted in painful boils and Gryffindor's loss of points in most timelines. Snape noticed the intervention and frowned, but said nothing. When they submitted their completed potions at the end of class, Snape examined Harry's vial with particular scrutiny. Adequate, Potter, he finally pronounced, which from Snape was practically high praise. As September progressed, Harry fell into a comfortable routine. Publicly, he was an exceptional but not impossible first-year student. Privately, he continued working with Dumbledore on monitoring Voldemort's activities and preparing for the inevitable confrontation. One significant difference from the timeline's death had shown him was Harry's relationship with the Hogwarts ghosts. His time beyond the veil had given him a unique perspective on death and the afterlife, allowing him to communicate with the spirits on a deeper level than most living beings could manage. Nearly headless Nick became a particular ally, grateful for Harry's respectful understanding of his condition. 500 years I've been applying to join the Headless Hunt, Nick confided one evening after dinner. Sir Patrick refuses to consider me because my head's still attached by that half-inch of skin and sinew. Why stay, Sir Nicholas? Harry asked gently. Death's realm has beautiful places for souls who've completed their transitions. Why linger here partially tethered? Nick looked startled, then thoughtful. I was afraid, he admitted. When the axe fell, or rather, didn't fall completely, I chose the known over the unknown. By the time I realized what I'd done, it seemed too late to change course. It's never too late, Harry told him. When you're ready to move on, I could help. Death would welcome you. Word spread quickly among the castle's spectral inhabitants that Harry Potter understood death in ways no living human should. The Grey Lady, who had avoided wizards for centuries, sought him out to discuss her mother's diadem, not knowing Harry had already cleansed it of Voldemort's soul fragment. You're the first since Tom Riddle to ask about the diadem, she said warily, floating beside Harry in an empty corridor. Tom wanted it for dark purposes, Harry replied. I simply wanted to heal it. Ravenclaw's wisdom should be shared, not corrupted. The Grey Lady studied him with silvery eyes. You speak as if you've accomplished this already. I have, Harry confirmed. The diadem is safe in Professor Dumbledore's keeping. Voldemort's taint has been removed. How? She demanded. Such dark magic, I sent the fragment back to its source, Harry explained. I learned how during my time beyond the veil. The ghost's transparent form shimmered with emotion. You've walked with death itself, she whispered. I can see its mark upon you. Death is not to be feared, Harry told her gently. When you're ready to move beyond this half-existence, I can help you find peace. Most surprising was Peeves' reaction to Harry. The poltergeist, typically respectful of no one except the Bloody Baron, would stop his mischief-making whenever Harry appeared, bowing deeply before zooming away. Peeves is afraid of you, Fred observed after witnessing this behavior. What did you do to him? I reminded him that even chaotic spirits have a place in the natural order, Harry replied with a slight smile. Death comes for all eventually, even poltergeists. The twins exchanged glances. Remind us never to get on your bad side, Harry, George said, only half joking. Beyond his studies and ghostly conversations, Harry focused on strengthening his friendships. Ron remained his closest companion, their bond deepened by years of shared experiences at the Burrow. Hermione quickly became part of their inner circle, her initially rigid adherence to rules gradually relaxing under their influence while her intellectual curiosity provided perfect cover for their research into advanced magic. Neville orbited their group more hesitantly, still struggling with confidence issues despite Harry's encouragement. Knowing how crucial Neville would become in any confrontation with Voldemort, Harry made a particular effort to include him in study sessions and casual conversations. Most surprisingly, Draco Malfoy occasionally sought Harry out for oddly civil conversations. While still maintaining his Slytherin persona among his housemates, Draco seemed drawn to Harry's knowledge and perspective. "My father says Dumbledore is the worst thing that ever happened to Hogwarts," Draco remarked during one such encounter in the library. "But I've been watching him. He seems powerful." "He is," Harry confirmed. "One of the greatest wizards who ever lived. Your father fears what he doesn't understand, and what threatens his worldview." Draco frowned. "My father isn't afraid of anything." "Everyone fears something, Draco. Your father fears change. Voldemort fears death. Dumbledore fears his own past mistakes." Harry met Draco's eyes. "What do you fear?" The question clearly caught Draco off guard. I mean," he stopped, considering. "Disappointing my family, I suppose," he finally admitted. "A reasonable fear," Harry acknowledged. "But what if your family's expectations conflict with what's right? What would you choose?" Draco didn't answer, but his expression suggested the question had struck home. As Halloween approached, Harry prepared himself for what would likely be the first major divergence from the timelines death had shown him. In most versions, the mountain troll incident cemented his friendship with Hermione. But this time, they were already friends, and Harry had no intention of allowing Quirrell to endanger students with his troll distraction. On Halloween morning, Harry woke from a vivid dream of his parents' murder, a dream he'd experienced countless times in Death's realm but felt more intensely now that he was physically present in the world where it had happened. "You okay, mate?" Ron asked, noticing Harry's somber mood at breakfast. "You look like you've seen a ghost, and I don't mean the regular Hogwarts kind." "It's the anniversary," Harry explained quietly. "Of my parents' deaths." Ron's expression softened with immediate understanding. "Oh. Right. Sorry, I didn't think." "It's okay," Harry assured him. "Actually, I was hoping you and Hermione might come with me somewhere after classes today." That evening, instead of attending the Halloween feast, Harry led his friends to the castle's highest tower, where they could see the stars appearing in the darkening sky. "What are we doing up here?" Hermione asked, pulling her cloak tighter against the autumn chill. Remembering, Harry replied, conjuring 3 comfortable chairs with a casual wave of his hand. "In Death's realm, I saw my parents, not just their deaths, but their lives. How they laughed, argued, loved each other, loved me." He produced 3 butterbeers, smuggled in by Fred and George from Hogsmeade, and handed them out. In wizard traditions, Halloween is when the barrier between life and death is thinnest. It's a night for honoring those who've passed beyond the veil. Like Samhain in ancient Celtic traditions, Hermione observed, accepting her butterbeer. Harry nodded. "I thought we could have our own little remembrance ceremony. A moment to acknowledge those we've lost and the connections that remain despite death." As they sipped their butterbeers under the stars, Harry told stories about James and Lily that he'd gleaned from his time in Death's realm, not the dramatic moments of their final stand against Voldemort, but the everyday moments that had made them human. James attempting to cook breakfast and setting the kitchen on fire. Lily teaching baby Harry to clap along with wizarding nursery rhymes. Their first date in Hogsmeade, which had nearly ended in disaster when James accidentally turned Lily's hair blue with a misfired charm. "They sound brilliant," Ron said when Harry paused. "I wish we could have met them." "Me too," Hermione agreed, wiping away a tear. "Thank you for sharing them with us, Harry." Harry smiled, feeling lighter than he had all day. "Thank you for listening. It helps to." He stopped abruptly, his enhanced senses detecting a disturbance in the castle's magic. "Something was wrong." "Harry?" Ron prompted. "What is it?" "Quirrell," Harry said grimly, standing up. "He's making his move, but not with a troll this time. Something worse." Without waiting for questions, he headed for the stairs, Ron and Hermione hurrying after him. As they descended toward the main part of the castle, a bone-chilling cold began to permeate the air, a cold Harry recognized immediately. Dementors, he hissed. Quirrells brought Dementors into the school. That's impossible. Hermione gasped. The castle's protections can be bypassed by someone working from inside, Harry finished. He must have found a way to create a temporary opening in the wards. They rounded a corner and nearly collided with Professor McGonagall, who looked uncharacteristically disheveled. Potter. Weasley. Granger. What are you doing out of the Great Hall? We weren't at the feast, Professor, Harry explained quickly. We were having a private memorial for my parents. But something's wrong, there are Dementors in the castle, aren't there? McGonagall's eyes widened. How could you possibly? Never mind. Yes, 3 Dementors have somehow breached the castle defenses. The headmaster has ordered all students to the Great Hall while the staff handles the situation. Where's Professor Quirrell? Harry asked. Missing, McGonagall admitted with a frown. Along with the Dementors, it's the main topic of concern at the moment. Now, you 3 need to get to the Great Hall immediately. The Dementors are a distraction, Professor, Harry said urgently. Quirrell is after the Philosopher's Stone. This is Voldemort's doing. McGonagall paled at Voldemort's name. Potter, how could you possibly know about the stone? That information is strictly, there's no time to explain, Harry interrupted. You need to alert Dumbledore that Quirrell is heading for the 3rd-floor corridor. Mr. Potter, while I appreciate your concern, this is a matter for the staff to handle. You need to, with respect, Professor, Harry cut in, drawing himself up to his full, if unimpressive, 11-year-old height, I know exactly what we're dealing with. Quirrell is possessed by what remains of Voldemort. He's using the Dementors to create chaos while he attempts to steal the stone. And I'm the only one who can safely confront him. Something in Harry's tone, the absolute certainty beyond his years, gave McGonagall pause. Stay here, she finally ordered. I will alert the headmaster. She conjured her cat Patronus and sent it racing away with a message, then turned back to the 3 students. Do not move from this spot, Potter. That is a direct order. As soon as McGonagall disappeared around the corner, Harry turned to his friends. I have to go after Quirrell. We're coming with you, Ron said immediately. Hermione looked torn between rule-following and loyalty, but quickly nodded her agreement. What's the plan? You 2 need to find Professor Snape, Harry instructed. He has the best chance of helping Dumbledore contain the Dementors. Tell him Quirrell brought them in as a distraction and that I've gone after him. What about you? Ron demanded. I'm going to the 3rd floor. I can handle Quirrell, and Voldemort. Alone? Hermione looked horrified. Harry, that's suicide. Death and I are old friends, Harry reminded her with a grim smile. Trust me, I know exactly what I'm doing. Despite their protests, Harry convinced Ron and Hermione to find Snape while he headed for the 3rd-floor corridor. The castle was in chaos, with prefects trying to herd students toward the Great Hall while teachers cast patronuses to corral the Dementors. Taking advantage of the confusion, Harry slipped unseen toward his destination. The door to the forbidden corridor was already ajar when Harry arrived. Fluffy's 3 heads were slumped in enchanted sleep, a harp playing softly nearby. The trap door stood open, revealing the darkness below. Harry didn't hesitate. He jumped through the opening, bypassing the devil's snare with a wandless burst of sunlight mimicking magic. Moving swiftly through the subsequent chambers, he disabled each protection, catching the correct flying key, winning the giant chess match with moves he'd seen in countless timelines, solving the logic puzzle to pass the fire barrier. In the final chamber, he found exactly what he expected, Quirrell standing before the mirror of Eriste, his turban still in place but his typical stammer gone. I wondered if you would join me, Potter, Quirrell said without turning around, his voice now smooth and confident without its affected tremor. "Hello, Professor," Harry replied calmly. "Or should I address Voldemort directly? I know he can hear me." Quirrell stiffened. "You are more perceptive than most children your age." "I'm not most children," Harry said, stepping further into the chamber. "As your master surely senses." "Let me speak to him," came a high, cold voice from beneath Quirrell's turban. Face to face. Quirrell reached up and began unwrapping his turban. As the purple fabric fell away, he turned slowly to reveal the terrible face protruding from the back of his head, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered. "You've changed since we last met. Something about you is different." "Death will do that to a person," Harry replied. "We've both experienced it, in our ways. The difference is, I embraced death while you ran from it." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "What do you know of death, child?" "I have gone further than anybody along the path to immortality." "You've gone nowhere," Harry interrupted. "You've merely fragmented yourself into a pathetic existence that's neither living nor dead. I've walked with death itself, Tom. I've seen beyond the veil. Your Horcruxes are an abomination against the natural order." "Lies!" Voldemort hissed, his snake-like face contorting with rage. "And how dare you use that name? I am Lord Voldemort." "You're Tom Marvolo Riddle," Harry corrected. "A half-blood orphan who never learned to love or be loved." "And your precious Horcruxes?" "They're gone, Tom. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, I've cleansed them all. The fragments of your soul have been returned to you. This wraith form is all that remains." Voldemort's expression shifted from rage to something Harry had never seen in any timeline: fear. "Impossible," he whispered. "No one knew, no one could have. Death knows everything, Tom. And I am Death's apprentice." Harry raised his hand, allowing Death's power to flow through him. The chamber temperature dropped dramatically, frost forming on the stone floor around him. His green eyes glowed with an inner light that had nothing to do with conventional magic. "Quirrell, kill him!" Voldemort shrieked. Quirrell lunged forward, hands outstretched to strangle Harry. But the moment his fingers touched Harry's skin, he screamed in agony. His hands blistered and burned, the flesh crumbling to ash where it made contact with Harry's death-touched skin. "What is this magic?" Quirrell wailed, staring in horror at his disintegrating hands. "Not magic," Harry corrected. "Something much older. The fundamental boundary between life and death." As Quirrell stumbled backward, Harry stepped forward purposefully. "I offer you one chance, Tom. Surrender what remains of your soul willingly. Accept the transition to death's realm with dignity, and you might find a measure of peace there." "Never!" Voldemort screamed. "Quirrell, use your wand. Kill the boy." But Quirrell could no longer hold a wand with his ruined hands. As he fumbled desperately, Harry reached out and placed his palm against Quirrell's face. The possessed professor's agonized scream echoed through the chamber as his body began to crumble into ash. "This didn't have to happen," Harry said sadly as Quirrell collapsed. "He was just another victim of your fear, Tom." As Quirrell's body disintegrated completely, a wraith-like form emerged, smoky, insubstantial, with the same terrible face Harry had confronted. Voldemort's spirit hovered momentarily, rage and terror battling in his glowing red eyes. "This isn't over, Potter," the wraith hissed. "There are ways back, other servants. You cannot defeat Lord Voldemort." "I already have," Harry replied. "You just don't know it yet." The wraith let out an inhuman howl and fled, passing through the chamber wall and disappearing into the night. Harry stood alone amidst the ashes of what had been Professor Quirrell, feeling a profound sadness rather than triumph. Death materialized beside him, visible only to Harry's eyes. "You offered him mercy," Death observed. "Few would have done so. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption, Harry replied quietly. Even Tom Riddle. He refused it, Death noted. As he has in every timeline. I had to try, Harry said. That's what makes us different from him. Choice. Compassion. Indeed. Death's skeletal hand rested briefly on Harry's shoulder. You have changed the course of events significantly, my apprentice. The ripples will reach further than you imagine. Before Harry could respond, the chamber door burst open to reveal Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, all with wands drawn. They stopped short at the sight of Harry standing calmly amidst a pile of ashes. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, taking in the scene. What happened here? Voldemort refused my offer of mercy, Harry replied simply. Professor Quirrell paid the price for that choice. McGonagall gasped, while Snape's face remained impassive, though his dark eyes studied Harry with new intensity. The Dementors? Harry asked. Contained, Dumbledore assured him. Though we would very much like to know how they entered the castle in the first place. Quirrell created a temporary breach in the wards, Harry explained. Voldemort's knowledge allowed him to find weaknesses even in Hogwarts defenses. And the stone? Dumbledore inquired, approaching the mirror of Erist. Still safe, Harry confirmed. Voldemort couldn't retrieve it because his desire was to use it, not protect it. Your enchantment worked perfectly. Dumbledore nodded, then turned to his colleagues. Minerva, please inform the staff that the crisis has passed. Severus, see to it that the Dementors are escorted from the grounds immediately. Once they were alone, Dumbledore studied Harry with a mixture of concern and curiosity. I had hoped to keep you from such a direct confrontation with Voldemort until you were older. It was always going to happen, Professor, Harry replied. In every timeline Death showed me, we face each other repeatedly until the final confrontation. At least this time, I was prepared. Yes, Dumbledore agreed, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Though I confess, seeing theoretical knowledge of your abilities is quite different from witnessing their practical application. The power you demonstrated here exceeds what I anticipated. Death's knowledge comes with responsibility, Harry said. I try to use it wisely. And Voldemort's wraith? Fled, Harry confirmed. Weakened but not destroyed. He'll seek other ways to return to a physical form. Then our work continues, Dumbledore concluded. Now, I believe we should get you to the hospital wing for examination, and then perhaps rejoin your undoubtedly worried friends. Harry allowed Dumbledore to lead him from the chamber, leaving behind the ashes of Quirrell and the mirror of Erist still standing sentinel over the Philosopher's Stone, a crisis averted, but a war far from over. News of the Halloween incident spread throughout Hogwarts despite the staff's attempts to minimize it. The official story was that Professor Quirrell had suffered a magical accident, while helping to repel Dementors that had wandered onto school grounds. A new defense against the dark arts teacher, an elderly witch named Professor Clearwater, was appointed to finish the year. Harry's role in the events remained largely unknown to the general student body, though rumors inevitably circulated. Some claimed Harry had single-handedly fought off the Dementors, while others insisted he'd been nowhere near the incident. Harry neither confirmed nor denied any version, preferring to let speculation run its course while he focused on more important matters. The incident did, however, elevate Harry's status among his peers. Even those who didn't believe he was involved sensed something different about him afterward, an aura of power and ancient knowledge that became more pronounced following his direct confrontation with Voldemort. People are staring at you more than usual, Ron commented during breakfast a week after Halloween. They can sense changes in magical auras subconsciously, Harry explained. The encounter with Voldemort forced me to channel more of Death's power than I normally allow to surface. It's a bit creepy, Ron admitted. Even I notice it sometimes, like a cold spot around you when you're thinking deeply. Doesn't bother me, though, he added hastily. Just takes some getting used to. Hermione, meanwhile, had become even more determined to understand Harry's unique abilities. There must be theoretical frameworks that explain what you can do, she insisted, poring over ancient tomes in the library. Even if death taught you directly, the principles must be comprehensible. Harry smiled at her academic approach. Some things transcend theoretical frameworks, Hermione. Death's realm operates on different rules than the living world. But there must be an intersection, she argued. You're living proof of that. Her persistent curiosity led Harry to share more about his experiences beyond the veil. Late at night in the Gryffindor common room, he would describe concepts that challenged everything she thought she knew about magic and existence. Magic isn't just an energy wizards can manipulate, he explained one evening as they sat by the fire. It's a fundamental property of consciousness itself. Muggles have it too, just not in forms they can directly access. Death showed me how consciousness shapes reality at its most basic level. But that contradicts everything we're taught about the difference between magical and non-magical beings, Hermione protested. Most of what we're taught is simplified to the point of inaccuracy, Harry replied. It's like teaching Newtonian physics without mentioning quantum mechanics. Useful for everyday applications but incomplete when you look deeper. These conversations often left Hermione frustrated but fascinated, her worldview constantly expanding and reforming around Harry's revelations. Ron typically listened with a mixture of confusion and acceptance, occasionally cutting through complex discussions with surprisingly insightful questions. If magic is really consciousness affecting reality, he asked during one such discussion, does that mean really believing something works makes it more likely to work? Harry grinned. Exactly, Ron. That's why confidence matters so much in spellcasting. It's also why accidental magic happens during emotional extremes, the consciousness briefly overrides all the limiting beliefs about what's possible. As November turned to December, Harry began experiencing more frequent nightmares from beyond the veil. These weren't typical bad dreams but echoes of the countless deaths he'd witnessed during his time as Death's apprentice, millions of souls transitioning through the veil, their final moments of fear or peace or regret imprinted on his consciousness. He would wake gasping, the chill of Death's realm clinging to him even in the warm dormitory. Often, he'd slip out of bed and make his way to the astronomy tower, where the night sky reminded him of the vast cosmic landscapes he traversed with Death. During one such night, he was surprised to find he wasn't alone. Couldn't sleep either? Neville asked, already seated near the tower's edge, gazing at the stars. Nightmares, Harry admitted, joining him. You. Same, Neville said. I have them a lot. About my parents. Harry nodded, knowing exactly what haunted Neville's dreams. In Death's realm, he had witnessed the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom by Bellatrix Lestrange, not just the event itself but the fragmentation of their souls under the sustained Cruciatus curse. They're alive but not really present, Neville continued, staring at the horizon. Sometimes I wonder if it would have been kinder if they'd just died. Is that terrible of me to think? No, Harry said quietly. I've seen what the Cruciatus can do to a soul when used that way. Parts of them are already beyond the veil, Neville. Not completely, but partially. Neville turned to him with wide eyes. How could you know about? I know many things I shouldn't, Harry said gently. Including that you visit them every holiday, that you keep the gum wrappers your mother gives you, and that you're afraid you'll never live up to what they were. Tears formed in Neville's eyes. I've never told anyone about the wrappers. You don't have to be ashamed of loving them, Neville. Or of wishing their suffering could end. Harry placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. And for what it's worth, you have more of your parents in you than you realize. Their courage, their resilience, their fundamental decency, it's all there, just waiting for the right moment to emerge. Neville wiped his eyes. I wish I could believe that. You will, Harry promised. Sooner than you think. Their midnight conversation marked a turning point in Harry's relationship with Neville. The shy boy began joining Harry, Ron, and Hermione more frequently, gradually finding his voice in their group. Harry made a point of partnering with Neville in herbology, where his natural talent could shine, building his confidence through small successes. As Christmas approached, Harry faced the decision of whether to return to the Burrow or stay at Hogwarts. In many timelines, he had remained at the castle, but this time, with the Weasleys as his adoptive family and Sirius free, the choice was simple. "Of course you're coming home," Ron said when Harry mentioned the decision. "Mum would go mental if you didn't. She's already knitting your sweater. I saw it when I walked in on her last Hogsmeade weekend. It's emerald green to match your lovely eyes," he added, mimicking his mother's voice. Harry smiled, warmed by the simple acceptance. Home wasn't a concept he'd experienced much before the Weasleys, even in Death's many visions of possible lives. On the last day of term, as students packed for the holidays, Harry received a surprising visitor. Draco Malfoy approached him in the corridor near the library, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. "Potter," Draco began, glancing around to ensure they were alone. "I heard rumors about what really happened on Halloween. About you-know-who and Quirrell." Harry studied the blonde boy carefully. "What about them? Were they true?" Draco asked bluntly. "Was he really possessing Quirrell? Did you really defeat him somehow? Why do you want to know, Draco?" Draco's pale face flushed slightly. "Because my father has been acting strangely since then. Receiving strange visitors, staying up late writing letters. Something's happening, and I think it involves him." Harry considered his response carefully. "Your father served Voldemort during the First War," he finally said, ignoring Draco's flinch at the name. "If Voldemort is trying to return, he would reach out to his former followers." "So it is true," Draco whispered, looking shaken. "He's coming back." "He's trying," Harry corrected. "But I've made it much harder for him. The Halloween incident weakened him significantly. My father says," Draco stopped, then seemed to make a decision. "My father says the Dark Lord's return would purify the wizarding world. That Muggleborns and blood traitors would finally be put in their place." "And what do you think?" Harry asked quietly. "I don't know anymore," Draco admitted, looking younger than his 11 years. "I've been watching Granger in classes. She's annoying, but she's better than most purebloods at magic. That doesn't make sense if Muggleborns are supposed to be inferior." Harry smiled slightly. "Reality has a way of complicating simple worldviews, doesn't it? My father would be furious if he knew I was even talking to you," Draco said. "But I needed to know." "Be careful, Draco," Harry warned. "The path you're considering isn't easy. Standing between Voldemort and your family will test you in ways you can't imagine." Draco nodded grimly. "Happy Christmas, Potter," he said abruptly, then turned and walked away. "You too, Draco," Harry called after him. "Remember, you always have choices." The Hogwarts Express journey home was filled with laughter and anticipation. Fred and George bounced between compartments, spreading holiday cheer in the form of enchanted snowballs that sang carols when thrown. Hermione discussed her family's plans to ski in France, while Ron and Harry anticipated the Burrow's Christmas feast. Sirius and Molly were both waiting at platform 9 3/4 when the train arrived. Sirius swept Harry into a bear hug while Molly fussed over all her children, biological and adopted. "You've grown," Sirius declared, holding Harry at arm's length to examine him. "And there's something different about your magic. It feels older," Harry supplied. "I had a direct confrontation with Voldemort at Halloween. It changed things." Sirius's expression darkened. "Dumbledore told me some of it, but I want the full story when we're somewhere private." The Burrow was exactly as Harry remembered from countless timelines, decorated with homemade ornaments, smelling of Molly's baking, and radiating warmth both magical and emotional. Percy immediately sequestered himself in his room to study, while Fred and George set about tormenting Ron until Arthur called them outside to help degnome the garden one last time before snow set in. That evening, after dinner, Harry sat with Sirius, Arthur, and Molly in the living room, recounting the Halloween incident in greater detail than Dumbledore's official report had provided. "You actually offered you-know-who mercy?" Arthur asked, astonished. "After everything he's done?" "Everyone deserves one chance at redemption," Harry replied. "Even Tom Riddle. Death taught me that souls can heal from almost anything if given the opportunity." "But he refused," Sirius noted grimly. "He refused," Harry confirmed. "His fear of death is too deeply ingrained. But offering the choice was important, for me, not just for him." Molly wiped away tears. "You're an extraordinary boy, Harry. James and Lily would be so proud of the person you're becoming." The days leading up to Christmas passed in a blur of festive activities. Harry helped Molly bake gingerbread, assisted Arthur with enchanting Muggle Christmas lights to work without electricity, and joined the Weasley children for snowy Quidditch matches in the orchard. On Christmas Eve, as the family gathered around the fireplace, Harry felt a familiar presence. Death stood in the corner, visible only to him, observing the scene with what might have been curiosity. "They love you," Death observed in Harry's mind. Such a curious emotion. So fleeting in cosmic terms, yet so powerful in human experience. "That's what makes it precious," Harry replied silently. "Because it doesn't last forever." "Perhaps," Death conceded. "Your confrontation with Tom Riddle has accelerated certain timelines." The ripple spread further than anticipated. "Is that bad?" "Merely different. The futures branch infinitely. This branch grows interesting." Before Harry could respond, Ginny called his name, asking if he wanted hot chocolate. Death faded from view as Harry rejoined the family circle, accepting the steaming mug with a smile. Christmas morning brought the usual chaos of present opening, with Harry receiving his expected Emerald Weasley sweater along with gifts from friends and admirers throughout the wizarding world. Most touching was Sirius's gift, a photo album containing pictures of Harry's parents from their Hogwarts days through their wedding and Harry's birth. "Remus helped me collect them," Sirius explained as Harry carefully turned the pages. "He's been traveling, trying to make contact with werewolf communities before Voldemort can recruit them, but he wanted you to have this." Harry ran his fingers over a photo of his parents dancing at their wedding, their faces alight with joy. Despite having seen these moments in Death's realm, holding tangible evidence of his parents' happiness filled a space in his heart he hadn't realized was empty. "Thank you," he whispered, embracing his godfather tightly. After the festive chaos of Christmas at the Burrow, Harry returned to Hogwarts refreshed and focused on the challenges ahead. The spring term brought new developments as Voldemort, weakened but determined, sought alternative paths to restoration. In February, Harry began experiencing visions of Voldemort's wraith traveling through Albanian forests, possessing small animals to maintain some semblance of physical form while he regained strength. These glimpses came during dreams, more vivid and immediate than the potential futures Death had shown him. "He's looking for another servant," Harry told Dumbledore during one of their regular meetings in the headmaster's office. "Someone desperate enough to share their body willingly. Do you see who this servant might be?" Dumbledore asked, his blue eyes grave behind his half-moon spectacles. Harry shook his head. "The future branches too many ways. In the original timeline, he would have used Bertha Jorkins to learn about the Triwizard Tournament, then Barty Crouch Jr. to orchestrate my capture. But we've changed too much already, those paths may not be available to him now." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "We must remain vigilant. Voldemort's resourcefulness should never be underestimated." "There's something else," Harry added hesitantly. "The Malfoys. Draco approached me before Christmas, concerned about his father's activities. I believe Lucius is preparing for Voldemort's return, perhaps even actively seeking ways to help him." "Not surprising, but concerning nonetheless," Dumbledore mused. "Young Mr. Malfoy's awareness of his father's activities presents both risk and opportunity. His choices in the coming years could prove pivotal." Harry nodded. "I've been encouraging him to think for himself. He's starting to question blood supremacy, though he'd never admit it publicly. A significant development, Dumbledore acknowledged. Now, regarding our ongoing Horcrux research, I believe we should consider when to retrieve the resurrection stone from the Gaunt Ring. While the soul fragment has been removed, the stone itself remains a powerful artifact. And one of the deathly Hallows, Harry noted. Along with your Elder Wand and my invisibility cloak. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You are well informed about the Hallows. Death and I discussed them extensively, Harry explained. Their creation, their powers, their true purpose. They're not what most wizards believe them to be. And what is their true purpose, in your understanding? Dumbledore asked, leaning forward with genuine curiosity. Not to make one master of death, as the story claims, Harry replied. Death cannot be mastered. The Hallows were created as teaching tools, lessons about power, sacrifice, and acceptance. The wand represents power that ultimately betrays its wielder. The stone represents the pain of dwelling in the past. The cloak represents the wisdom of knowing when to hide from death and when to greet it openly. Dumbledore sat back, looking thoughtful. A profound interpretation. Different from what I had concluded, yet resonant. Perhaps this summer, we might retrieve the stone together. Its power should not remain unguarded, especially with Voldemort seeking new paths to power. As winter turned to spring, Harry maintained his careful balance between being an exceptional student and concealing his true abilities. In classes, he demonstrated advanced skills that professors attributed to natural talent and diligent study, never revealing the centuries of knowledge he had acquired in Death's realm. His relationships continued to evolve as well. Ron remained his closest friend, their bond strengthened by years of shared experiences. Hermione had carved out her own essential place in their trio, her brilliant mind helping translate Harry's cosmic concepts into practical applications. Neville grew more confident under Harry's guidance, particularly excelling in herbology and gradually improving in other subjects. Most surprising was Harry's developing rapport with the Hogwarts ghosts. What had begun as respectful interaction evolved into something resembling spiritual counseling, with Harry helping the castle's spectral inhabitants understand their unique position between the living and the dead. I've been here for centuries, the Grey Lady confided during one of their conversations in an abandoned classroom. Watching generations of students come and go. I chose this half-existence out of shame for what I did to my mother's diadem. And now that the diadem has been cleansed. Harry prompted gently. Now that Voldemort's corruption has been removed. The ghost looked thoughtful. I feel lighter. As if part of my burden has lifted. Yet I remain tethered here. Transition is a choice, Harry told her. Death's realm has space for all souls, even those who have lingered long in the world of the living. When you're ready, I can help you cross over fully. The Grey Lady studied him with silvery eyes. Not yet, she decided. But perhaps, someday. Similar conversations with nearly headless Nick, the Fat Friar, and even the Bloody Baron created a subtle shift in the castle's spectral community. The ghosts seemed more purposeful, less trapped in repetitive patterns of behavior. Students noticed the change without understanding its cause, commenting on how the ghosts seemed more present and engaged than in previous years. As the end of term approached, Harry felt increasing unease about the summer ahead. His visions of Voldemort had grown more frequent, showing the Dark Lord's wraith moving westward from Albania, clearly with some destination in mind. He's planning something, Harry told Ron and Hermione as they studied by the lake on a warm May afternoon. Something different from what happened in the timeline's Death showed me. Can't you see what it is? Ron asked, setting aside his Transfiguration textbook. Harry shook his head. The future branches too many ways now. We've changed too much from the original timeline. Death's knowledge shows possibilities, not certainties. Then we prepare for all possibilities, Hermione said practically. What are the most likely scenarios based on what you've seen? He needs a body, Harry replied. In the original timeline, he used a complex potion requiring enemy blood, my blood, to recreate his physical form. But that was nearly 3 years from now, after he'd regained more strength. Currently, he's too weak for such complex magic. So he needs an interim solution, Hermione reasoned. Another possession, perhaps? Someone stronger than Quirrell? Possibly, Harry agreed. Or he might seek other dark rituals to accelerate his restoration. There are ancient magics that could help him, blood magic, soul magic, rituals too dark for most wizards to contemplate. Could he go after the Philosopher's Stone again? Ron wondered. It's still at Hogwarts, isn't it? Dumbledore plans to return it to Nicholas Flamel soon, Harry explained. With enhanced protections. But Voldemort might seek other artifacts of similar power. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Hagrid, who invited them to his hut for tea. Harry welcomed the break from strategizing, knowing that moments of normal friendship were as important as preparing for the conflicts ahead. As they walked toward Hagrid's hut, Harry felt a familiar presence beside him. Death, invisible to Ron and Hermione, walked with them, skeletal hands clasped behind his back. The gamekeeper holds knowledge he does not recognize, Death observed in Harry's mind. About the forest. About what stirs within it. Harry frowned slightly. The forest? What's happening there? Something that died but did not pass beyond the veil, Death replied cryptically. Something that feeds on the living to maintain its half-existence. Understanding dawned on Harry. Unicorn blood. Voldemort is having someone hunt unicorns in the forest to sustain him. Death inclined his hooded head slightly before fading from view as they reached Hagrid's door. During tea, Harry carefully steered the conversation toward the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, have you noticed anything strange in the forest lately? Any creatures acting unusually? Hagrid looked surprised by the question. Funny you should ask, Harry. Found a dead unicorn just last week. Terrible thing, seeing a unicorn killed. They're such pure creatures. Can't imagine what would do such a thing. Was the blood taken? Harry asked quietly. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes widened. How did you know that? Yeah, looked like something had drunk from it. Gives me shivers just thinking about it. Harry exchanged meaningful glances with Ron and Hermione. Unicorn blood can sustain life, even for someone on the brink of death, he explained. But at a terrible price. The life saved is cursed from the moment the blood touches their lips. How do you know about such things? Hagrid asked, looking troubled. Books, Hermione supplied quickly. We've been doing extra research on magical creatures. Hagrid seemed satisfied with this explanation, but as they left his hut later that afternoon, Harry knew they needed to act quickly. We need to tell Dumbledore about the unicorns. It confirms Voldemort is nearby, possibly within the forest itself. With someone helping him, Ron added grimly. Someone who can physically hunt down unicorns for him. But who? Hermione wondered. Professor Quirrell was the only staff member working for him, wasn't he? Not necessarily, Harry replied. Voldemort had many followers. Some who escaped justice after his fall. Others who might be sympathetic to his return. That evening, Harry sent a message to Dumbledore about the unicorns. The headmaster confirmed Harry's suspicions and increased the magical protections around the castle, with particular attention to the boundaries near the Forbidden Forest. During the final weeks of term, Harry found himself increasingly drawn to the forest's edge, sensing Voldemort's presence like a distant shadow on his consciousness. Death accompanied him during these vigils, offering observations that helped Harry track the Dark Lord's movements. He grows stronger with each feeding, Death noted during one such watch. Yet weaker in spirit. Unicorn blood sustains the body but damages the soul, an ironic choice for one who has already fragmented his soul beyond recognition. Is he still in the forest? Harry asked. Moving between the forest and human dwellings, Death replied. His servant provides shelter when needed. Can you tell who the servant is? Death's hooded head tilted slightly. I see only souls, my apprentice. This one is familiar to you, yet changed by fear and ambition. A weak soul, easily dominated by stronger will. Before Harry could press for more details, he noticed movement at the forest's edge, a hooded figure gliding between trees, moving with unnatural speed and grace. Without thinking, Harry stepped forward, drawing on Death's power to enhance his vision in the gathering dusk. The figure stopped abruptly, as if sensing Harry's presence. For a brief moment, it turned toward him, and Harry caught a glimpse of glowing red eyes beneath the hood before the figure disappeared deeper into the forest. "He knows you watch him," Death observed. "Yet he fears direct confrontation. Curious, for one so determined to prove his power. He's waiting for something," Harry realized. Some specific moment or opportunity. But what? The answer came during the final week of term, as exams concluded and students prepared to return home for summer. Harry woke in the middle of the night, his scar burning with a pain he hadn't felt since confronting Quirrell. A vision filled his mind, Voldemort, still wraith-like but stronger than before, communicating with a hooded servant in a darkened room. "The boy will be vulnerable during the journey home," Voldemort's high, cold voice declared. "Away from Dumbledore's protection. That is when we will strike." "Yes, my lord," the servant replied, their voice distorted in the vision, impossible to identify. "All is prepared as you commanded." Harry sat up in bed, breathing heavily. The connection had been stronger, more immediate than his previous glimpses of Voldemort's activities. The Dark Lord was planning to attack him on the journey back to London, perhaps on the Hogwarts Express itself. Without waking his dorm mates, Harry slipped from the tower and made his way to Dumbledore's office. The stone gargoyle guarding the entrance moved aside without a password, recognizing Harry's magical signature as one the headmaster had authorized for emergency access. Dumbledore, despite the late hour, was awake at his desk, examining what appeared to be ancient runes in a thick tome. He looked up as Harry entered, his blue eyes alert behind his half-moon spectacles. "Harry," he greeted calmly. "I sensed you might visit tonight. You've had a vision." Harry quickly related what he'd seen, describing the planned attack during the journey home. "Voldemort has grown stronger from the unicorn blood. And he has a servant helping him, someone with access to either the train or King's Cross." Dumbledore listened gravely. "This presents a complex challenge. Canceling the train journey would alert Voldemort that we know his plans. Yet allowing students to travel under threat of attack is unacceptable. We need to let the journey proceed," Harry suggested, "but with enhanced protection. Aurors disguised as ordinary passengers, perhaps, and additional magical safeguards on the train itself." "A reasonable approach," Dumbledore agreed. "I will contact Madame Bones immediately to arrange Auror presence. But Harry, you specifically are the target. Perhaps alternative transportation for you would be prudent." Harry shook his head firmly. "No. I need to be on that train. If Voldemort attacks, I'm the best equipped to confront him. Besides, this might be our opportunity to identify his new servant." Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "You continue to surprise me, Harry. Most children your age, indeed, most adults, would seek safety when faced with such danger." "I'm not most children," Harry reminded him. "And death has shown me that running from one's destiny rarely changes it, merely postpones the inevitable confrontation, often with worse consequences." "Very well," Dumbledore finally conceded. "You will travel on the Hogwarts Express as planned, but with additional protections in place. I will discreetly inform certain Order members who can provide security without alarming the student body." The remaining days passed in a strange combination of end-of-term excitement and tense vigilance. Harry informed Ron and Hermione about the potential threat, swearing them to secrecy while ensuring they remained alert. He also took the precaution of teaching them basic defensive spells beyond their year level, shields and stunning spells that might prove useful in an emergency. On the morning of departure, students gathered in the entrance hall with their trunks, chattering excitedly about summer plans. Harry observed the crowd carefully, looking for anyone acting suspiciously, but saw nothing unusual. The journey to Hogsmeade Station and boarding of the train proceeded normally. Harry, Ron, and Hermione secured a compartment near the middle of the train, where Harry could monitor both directions of the corridor. Soon they were joined by Neville, who had become a regular part of their group over the past months. "Did you all do all right on the exams?" Neville asked as the train pulled away from the station. "I think I failed potions, but herbology went well." "You didn't fail potions," Harry assured him. "Professor Snape grades harshly, but your forgetfulness potion was at least acceptable standard." Neville looked surprised. "How did you know what my potion looked like?" "We weren't in the same testing group." Harry realized his mistake. He'd seen Neville's exam through Death's omniscient perspective, not his own physical presence. "Educated guess," he covered smoothly. "Based on how you've been improving recently." As the train journey progressed, Harry remained vigilant, regularly scanning the corridor and extending his enhanced senses to detect any unusual magical signatures. About halfway to London, he felt a familiar chill that had nothing to do with Death's presence. "Dementors," he whispered to Ron and Hermione. "At least 3, approaching from the rear of the train." "Dementors?" Neville repeated, looking confused and frightened. "How could you possibly know that?" Before Harry could answer, the train began to slow. The windows fogged as ice crystals formed along their edges, and the temperature dropped precipitously. The lights flickered, then went out completely. "Stay here," Harry instructed, rising from his seat. "Keep the compartment door locked. Use the defensive spells I taught you if necessary. You can't go out there alone." Hermione protested. "I'm not alone," Harry replied calmly as Death materialized beside him, visible only to his eyes. "And I'm the only one equipped to handle Dementors." Drawing his wand for appearance's sake, though he could perform the magic wandlessly, Harry stepped into the corridor. Other students were poking their heads out of compartments, looking confused and frightened by the train's sudden stop. "Everyone back in your compartments," Harry called with authority beyond his years. "Close and lock your doors. Prefects, secure your areas." Most students complied immediately, responding to the command in his voice. As the last compartment door closed, Harry felt them, the Dementors gliding onto the train from both ends, their rattling breath echoing in the corridor as they searched for their target. "They seek you specifically," Death observed beside him. "The Wraith has commanded them to administer the kiss, not merely incapacitate." "Voldemort wants my soul removed so he can kill my empty body," Harry realized. A fitting revenge, from his perspective. The first Dementor appeared at the end of the corridor, its hooded form gliding silently toward Harry. 2 more followed behind it, with others presumably approaching from the opposite direction. Harry reached deep within himself, drawing on not just his magical core but the fundamental connection to Death's realm that transcended conventional magic. Raising his wand, he focused not on a single happy memory but on the cosmic understanding of joy itself, the fundamental state of consciousness that Death had shown him existed beyond all physical manifestations. "Expecto Patronum," he intoned, his voice resonating with power beyond his years. Instead of the silver stag that had been his Patronus in countless timelines, something entirely new erupted from his wand, a massive, winged figure of brilliant white light, neither human nor animal but something that embodied the very concept of protection. It spread enormous wings that filled the corridor, radiating a light so pure that the Dementors recoiled with silent screams. The Patronus surged forward, driving the Dementors before it like shadows fleeing the dawn. It passed through the walls of the train to pursue those outside, creating a protective perimeter that pushed the dark creatures farther and farther away until their chilling presence could no longer be felt. "An interesting manifestation," Death commented, observing the radiant Patronus as it circled the train. "Neither corporeal nor incorporeal, but something between. A reflection of your own unique position between worlds." The lights flickered back on as the train's magical systems recovered from the Dementor effect. Compartment doors began to open as students cautiously emerged to see what had happened. "Is everyone all right?" Harry called, moving down the corridor to check on younger students who might be more severely affected by the Dementor's presence. As he passed through the train, distributing chocolate from his own supplies to those most shaken, Harry remained alert for signs of Voldemort's servant. The attack had clearly been orchestrated. Dementors didn't naturally target trains, which meant someone had directed them specifically to the Hogwarts Express. Near the front of the train, Harry noticed a compartment with its blinds drawn. Extending his enhanced senses, he detected a magical signature that didn't belong to any student, adult, powerful, and tinged with dark magic. With Ron and Hermione following close behind, Harry approached the compartment and slid the door open without warning. Inside sat a wizard Harry recognized from Death's visions of possible futures, Walden McNair, Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures executioner and former Death Eater. He looked startled by the sudden intrusion, his hand moving toward his wand. "Don't," Harry advised quietly. "There are 3 wands pointed at you, and I assure you, mine is the least of your concerns." McNair's eyes narrowed as he took in the 3 children blocking his exit. "Potter," he spat. "Clever boy. Too clever for your own good." "The Dementors were your doing," Harry stated rather than asked. "On Voldemort's orders." McNair flinched at the name. "I don't know what you're talking about, boy. I'm on ministry business, escorting the train as a security measure." "Lying to Death's apprentice is unwise," Harry said, allowing a faint echo of Death's power to resonate in his voice. "I've seen you in the forest, feeding unicorn blood to your master. I've seen you in my visions, pledging to help him return. I know what's branded on your left forearm." Color drained from McNair's face. "What are you?" "Something your master should have considered before making me his enemy," Harry replied calmly. "Stupefy." The stunning spell hit McNair before he could react, his body slumping unconscious against the window. Harry quickly bound him with magical ropes while Hermione sent her Otter Patronus, a spell Harry had taught her in preparation for this journey, racing toward the front of the train with a message for the conductor. "Is it over?" Ron asked, one still trained on McNair's unconscious form. "This attempt, yes," Harry confirmed. "But Voldemort will try again. He's growing desperate." Within minutes, 2 disguised Aurors, part of Dumbledore's enhanced security measures, arrived to take custody of McNair. By the time the train pulled into King's Cross, the Ministry had been notified, and additional Aurors were waiting on the platform to escort the captured Death Eater to holding cells. As students disembarked, chattering excitedly about the Dementor incident and subsequent capture, Harry spotted Sirius waiting for him, his expression a mixture of pride and concern. "Heard you had some excitement," Sirius said, pulling Harry into a quick hug. "Can't leave you alone for 5 minutes, can I?" "Apparently not," Harry agreed with a smile. "But we captured one of Voldemort's servants." "That's a victory." "A significant one," agreed a new voice. Harry turned to find Remus Lupin approaching, looking tired but pleased. "McNair was our primary suspect in the unicorn killings, but we lacked proof until now." "Professor Lupin!" Harry exclaimed, genuinely delighted to see his future but not yet defense teacher. Though they hadn't formally met in this timeline, Harry had seen him countless times in Death's visions and through Sirius's memories. Remus looked surprised at the familiar address. "Not professor yet, though Sirius mentioned Dumbledore has approached me about the position for next year." "Have we met, Harry?" "Not officially," Harry admitted. "But I've heard so much about you from Sirius that I feel like I know you already." As the Weasleys found them in the crowd, with Molly immediately checking Harry for injuries after hearing about the Dementor attack, Harry felt a profound sense of connection to everyone around him. These people, Ron, Hermione, Sirius, Remus, the Weasleys, were his anchors to the living world, the reason he had chosen to remain Death's apprentice rather than fully joining Death's realm. With McNair captured and the immediate threat neutralized, Harry knew he had changed the timeline significantly from what Death had originally shown him. Voldemort's path to resurrection would now follow a different course, one neither of them had foreseen. The future branched in countless new directions, full of both peril and possibility. As they left the platform, Harry sensed death walking beside him, invisible to all others. The board is set differently now, death observed in Harry's mind. Tom Riddle moves his pieces with growing desperation. Your moves grow bolder. The game changes. It was never really a game, Harry replied silently. All of existence is, in some sense, death countered. But the stakes, the stakes are very real indeed. Harry stepped through the barrier back into the Muggle world, leaving his first year at Hogwarts behind but carrying with him the knowledge, connections, and power that would shape not just his future but the fate of both the Wizarding and Muggle worlds. Death's apprentice had completed his first steps on a new path, one that neither Death nor Harry had fully envisioned, but one they would walk together nonetheless. Chapter 3, Master of Death. Harry spent that summer in a state of controlled tension. Mornings at the Burrow meant Quidditch with Ron and the twins, afternoons meant research with Hermione who visited twice a week, and evenings meant strategic meetings with Dumbledore and Sirius at Grimmauld Place, which had been cleaned and converted into a proper headquarters for what Dumbledore was calling the reconvened Order of the Phoenix. Bit premature, isn't it? Sirius had asked when Dumbledore first proposed it. Voldemort doesn't even have a body yet. Which is precisely why we must act now, Dumbledore replied. Better to build our defenses while the enemy is weak than scramble to assemble them when he returns at full strength. Harry agreed, though his reasons were more personal. Every night, his dreams showed him fragments of Voldemort's movements, the Wraith drifting through Eastern European forests, weakened by the loss of Macnair but still searching for a path back to physical form. Without his Horcruxes anchoring him to immortality, Voldemort was vulnerable in ways he'd never been before. But vulnerability made him unpredictable, and unpredictability was dangerous. On Harry's 12th birthday, Dumbledore arrived at the Burrow with unexpected guests, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Nymphadora Tonks, and Mad-Eye Moody, all of whom had been recruited for the Reformed Order. "Happy birthday, Potter," Moody growled, his magical eye spinning wildly as it surveyed the Weasley kitchen. "Heard you handled yourself well against those Dementors on the train. Not bad for a first year." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied. "Though I'd rather not repeat the experience." "You'll repeat it and worse before this is over," Moody said bluntly, ignoring Molly's disapproving glare. "War doesn't care about birthdays." After cake and presents, the adults gathered for an order meeting while Ron and Harry retreated to Ron's room, which had become their unofficial war room over the years. A map of Britain covered one wall, marked with locations of known Death Eater activity. Another wall held photographs of suspected Voldemort sympathizers, connected by colored string in a web of relationships and allegiances. "You know," Ron said, studying the map, "most 12-year-olds don't have intelligence networks." "Most 12-year-olds didn't spend centuries learning from death," Harry replied, adding a new pin to the map based on his latest vision. Voldemort's wraith moved again. "He's in Hungary now, heading toward Romania." Ron frowned. "Romania? Charlie's in Romania." "Dragon reserves," Harry nodded. "Voldemort might be seeking dragon blood as a substitute for unicorn blood. It has powerful magical properties, though the effects are different. Should we warn Charlie?" "Already done. Dumbledore sent word through order channels this morning." Ron shook his head slowly. "Sometimes I wonder what our lives would have been like if you'd never fallen through that veil." Harry considered the question seriously. "In the original timeline, you and I met on the Hogwarts Express at 11 with no idea what was coming. We stumbled through adventures mostly by luck and stubbornness. Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban. Pettigrew stayed hidden as Scabbers until our 3rd year. Voldemort returned to full power at the end of 4th year using my blood in a ritual, and the war that followed cost dozens of lives." "Sounds awful," Ron muttered. "It was. But we survived it, in most timelines. Together." Harry looked at his friend. "That's the one constant across every possible future death showed me, you and I, fighting side by side." Ron's ears turned red, as they always did when he was embarrassed by emotional moments. Right, well. Can't let you have all the fun, can I? A knock on the door interrupted them. Ginny poked her head in, her red hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. At 10 years old, she'd grown out of the shy girl who'd hidden behind her mother's skirt when Harry first arrived at the Burrow. "Mum says the meeting's over and dinner's ready," she announced. Then, more quietly, "Also, Professor Dumbledore wants to talk to you privately, Harry. He's in the garden." Harry found Dumbledore standing by the pond at the edge of the Weasley property, watching gnomes scurry through the undergrowth. The old wizard looked more tired than usual, the weight of renewed warfare pressing down on shoulders that had already carried too much. "Walk with me, Harry," Dumbledore said, and they strolled along the property's boundary, where Arthur's protective enchantments hummed faintly in the evening air. "Something's wrong," Harry said. "Not a question. Sirius has made contact with former Death Eater networks at my request," Dumbledore explained. "What he's found is troubling. Voldemort may not have a body, but his influence persists. Several wealthy pureblood families have been making substantial financial moves, transferring gold to offshore Gringotts branches, purchasing properties under assumed names, stockpiling potions ingredients. They're preparing for his return," Harry concluded. "More than that. They're actively facilitating it." Dumbledore's blue eyes were grave. "Sirius reports that a consortium of Death Eaters has commissioned a dark ritual specialist from the continent, a witch named Ilara Voss. Her expertise lies in soul magic and corporeal reconstruction." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening breeze. "They're going to build him a body. That appears to be the plan. The ritual Voss specializes in is different from the one Voldemort used in your original timeline. It doesn't require enemy blood or bone of the father. Instead, it uses voluntary sacrifice," Harry finished, the knowledge surfacing from Death's teachings. 3 willing followers who surrender their life force to anchor the Wraith in new flesh. It's ancient magic, pre-Merlin era. The body it creates is more stable than the one from the graveyard ritual but requires greater sacrifice from the participants. Dumbledore stared at him. "Even I was unaware of the specifics. You continue to astonish me, Harry. Death showed me thousands of dark rituals across hundreds of timelines," Harry replied quietly. "This one is particularly dangerous because it doesn't require any specific ingredient from me. They could perform it anywhere, anytime, with any 3 willing Death Eaters. Precisely my concern. We cannot predict or prevent it the way we might have prevented the graveyard ritual." Harry stopped walking, turning to face Dumbledore directly. "When?" "Sirius estimates 3 months. Voss needs time to prepare the ritual components and coach the volunteers. The summer solstice would provide the strongest magical alignment. Then we have until late September," Harry calculated. "Not much time." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "Which brings me to the reason I needed to speak privately. I believe it's time to accelerate your training, Harry. Not the academic work we've been doing, but practical combat preparation. You want me ready to fight Voldemort directly." "I want you ready to survive," Dumbledore corrected gently. "Your death-given knowledge is extraordinary, but your body is still that of a 12-year-old. There are physical limitations that no amount of cosmic wisdom can fully overcome." Harry knew Dumbledore was right. Despite his vast knowledge, casting powerful magic still exhausted his young body more quickly than an adult's would. The Patronus on the train had left him shaking for hours afterward, and the Horcrux extractions had each required days of recovery. "Who would train me?" Harry asked. "You." "Partially. But I've also asked Alastair Moody to contribute. His practical combat experience exceeds mine in many ways. And Remus Lupin, who will be joining the Hogwarts staff this September as defense against the Dark Arts professor, has agreed to provide additional instruction." Harry nodded slowly. "On one condition." "Yes. Ron and Hermione train with me. And Neville, if he's willing." When Voldemort returns, he won't come alone. I'll need people I trust fighting beside me, not just powerful adults who see me as a child to protect. Dumbledore's expression was conflicted. They're children, Harry. Asking them to prepare for war at 12, is exactly what Voldemort's followers are doing with their children, Harry interrupted. Draco Malfoy has been receiving combat instruction since he was 8. Crabbe and Goyle since they were 9. Our side can't afford to send unprepared soldiers against trained ones. They're not soldiers, Dumbledore protested softly. Not yet. But they will be, whether we prepare them or not. I'd rather they face what's coming with skills than without. After a long silence, Dumbledore nodded. Very well. I'll make the arrangements. But Harry, promise me you'll let them be children too. Not every moment needs to be devoted to war. I know, Harry said, smiling slightly. That's what Ron's for. He has a talent for finding fun in any situation. Training began the following week in the Room of Requirement, which Dumbledore had modified to be accessible even during summer break through a special portkey. 3 times a week, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who had accepted the invitation with a mixture of terror and determination, gathered for intensive sessions. Moody was a brutal instructor. Within the first hour of their first session, he had hit each of them with a low-powered stunning spell at least twice. Constant vigilance, he roared as Ron picked himself up from the mat for the 3rd time. You lot react slower than sleepy nifflers. In a real fight, you'd be dead before you drew your wands. We're 12. Ron protested, rubbing a bruised shoulder. Dark wizards don't care about your age, Weasley. The Lestranges tortured the Longbottoms into insanity without asking how old they were first. Neville flinched but didn't retreat. Instead, he raised his wand with slightly trembling hands. Again, sir. Moody's scarred face showed something resembling approval. Good lad. That's the spirit. Potter, pair with Longbottom. Weasley, with Granger. Shield drills. Go. As the weeks progressed, their skills improved dramatically. Ron discovered a natural affinity for tactical thinking, quickly learning to read opponents' body language and predict their spell choices. Hermione excelled at precision casting and counter jinxes, her encyclopedic knowledge of spells making her dangerous even without Harry's cosmic education. Neville, while initially the weakest duelist, showed remarkable resilience and stubbornness, getting knocked down repeatedly and always getting back up. Harry, meanwhile, focused on bridging the gap between his vast theoretical knowledge and his body's physical limitations. Under Moody's guidance, he developed a fighting style that relied on efficiency rather than power, quick, precise spells delivered from unexpected angles, combined with wandless magic used subtly to gain advantages. You fight like someone who knows what's coming before it happens, Moody observed after a particularly intense session where Harry had neutralized 6 training dummies in rapid succession. Which you do, I suppose, given your unusual education. Knowing what might happen isn't the same as reacting to what does happen, Harry replied, catching his breath. The timelines I've seen are diverging further from what death showed me. I can't rely on foreknowledge anymore. Good, Moody grunted. Foreknowledge makes you lazy. Instinct keeps you alive. Remus Lupin's training sessions provided a different kind of education. While Moody focused on combat, Remus taught them to deal with dark creatures, boggarts, grindylows, hinkypunks, and the various cursed beings that Voldemort might employ. Defense isn't just about dueling other wizards, Remus explained during their first session. Voldemort uses fear as his primary weapon, Dementors, werewolves, inferi. Learning to face those fears and overcome them is as important as any spell. When they practiced with the boggart Remus had brought, Harry found himself facing something unexpected. In the original timelines, his boggart had been a Dementor, representing his fear of fear itself. But now, as the shape-shifting creature emerged from its trunk and focused on Harry, it took a form none of them recognized. The boggart became Harry himself, but wrong. His eyes were empty voids, his skin pale as parchment, and when he spoke, it was with death's voice rather than his own. You cannot maintain this balance forever, the boggart Harry whispered. Eventually, you will have to choose. The living or the dead. You cannot belong to both worlds. Harry stood frozen for a moment, confronted by his deepest fear made manifest, the terror that his connection to death would eventually cost him his humanity. That he would lose the ability to love, to laugh, to feel the warmth of friendship that anchored him to the world of the living. Ridiculous, he commanded, and the boggart Harry transformed into a version of himself doing a silly dance while wearing one of Molly's hand-knitted sweaters. The humor felt forced, but it was enough to banish the boggart back into its trunk. Remus watched him carefully afterward. Are you all right, Harry? Fine, Harry said, a bit too quickly. Just wasn't expecting that. Boggarts reveal truths we prefer to hide, Remus said gently. Whatever you saw, it represents a genuine concern. Perhaps one worth discussing. Harry considered brushing it off but found himself speaking honestly. I'm afraid of losing myself, he admitted. Death gave me incredible knowledge and power, but every time I use it, I feel a little further from being human. A little closer to becoming something else entirely. Remus sat beside him on the training mat. Your father had a similar fear, you know. Not about death, obviously, but about the animagus transformation. He worried that spending too much time as prongs would make him lose his human perspective. How did he handle it? Your mother. Lily grounded him. Reminded him of who he was when the animal instincts grew too strong. Remus paused. You have people like that too, Harry. Ron, Hermione, Sirius, the Weasleys. Let them anchor you. Harry nodded, feeling a weight he hadn't fully acknowledged lift slightly from his shoulders. Thank you, Remus. August brought escalating tensions. Snape's intelligence confirmed that Ilara Voss had arrived in Britain and was working with a core group of Death Eaters, the Lestranges, who had been broken out of Azkaban in a daring raid that made international news, Antonin Dolohov, and Augustus Roquefort. The Ministry was in an uproar, with Cornelius Fudge alternating between denial and panic. Fudge wants to blame Sirius for the breakout, Arthur reported during one tense dinner at the Burrow. Despite the evidence clearly pointing to outside assistance. Fudge is a coward and a fool, Sirius said darkly. He'd rather blame an innocent man than admit Voldemort's followers are organized and active. Harry had been studying the intelligence reports closely, cross-referencing them with what Death's knowledge told him about the Voss Ritual. They need a location with specific magical properties, he told the assembled Order members during a meeting at Grimmauld Place. The ritual requires convergence of ley lines, places where magical energy concentrates naturally. There are dozens of such locations in Britain alone, Dumbledore observed. How do we narrow it down? The ritual also needs proximity to a place of death, somewhere many souls have passed beyond the veil, Harry continued. That eliminates most natural ley line convergences. We're looking for a location that is both magically potent and historically associated with mass death. Battlefields, Moody suggested immediately. The Battle of Hastings. Bosworth Field. Culloden. Possible, but those are Muggle battlefields, Harry countered. The magical death energy would be minimal. We need wizarding battlefields or sites of magical catastrophe. Hermione, who had been taking notes, looked up. The Department of Mysteries, she said quietly. Where the veil is. Harry stared at her, feeling something click into place that he should have realized sooner. You're right. The Death Chamber is the most powerful convergence of death magic in Britain. And Rookwood is a former unspeakable, he knows the Ministry's security systems. They're going to perform the ritual at the Ministry itself, Dumbledore realized, his face paling. Right under the nose of the government. During the summer recess, when security is minimal, Harry added. The Department of Mysteries is practically unmanned in August. That gives us less than 3 weeks, Kingsley said grimly. Actually, Harry corrected, closing his eyes to focus on the faint connection to Voldemort that his scar provided. It gives us less than 5 days. They've already begun the preparatory rituals. The final ceremony is planned for August 28, 3 days before the new school year begins. The room erupted in urgent discussion. Plans were debated, discarded, and reformed. Harry listened to the adults argue, sensing the growing fear beneath their strategic calculations. Finally, he stood. "We can't prevent the ritual from a distance," he announced, cutting through the noise. "If Voss is as skilled as Snape believes, she'll have layered protections that would take weeks to unravel. We need to confront them during the ritual itself, when their focus is divided." "That's suicide," Sirius snapped. "Walking into a ritual led by the Lestranges, Dolohov, and whatever other psychopaths they've recruited." "Not walking in," Harry corrected. "Strategic entry at the precise moment the ritual reaches its most vulnerable point, when the 3 volunteers begin transferring their life force. At that stage, the casters can't defend themselves without disrupting the ritual, and disruption at that point would kill the volunteers and potentially destroy Voldemort's wraith permanently." Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry with something approaching respect. "You want to force them into an impossible choice, complete the ritual and fight us simultaneously, or abort and lose everything." "Exactly. And if Voldemort is smart, and he is, he'll choose to fight rather than abort. Which means he'll be half-formed when we engage him, weaker than he would be once fully restored." Dumbledore raised his hand for silence. "Harry's analysis is sound. The question is who enters the ministry and who provides external security." "I'm going," Harry said immediately. "Non-negotiable." "As am I," Dumbledore agreed. "And me," Sirius added, his jaw set. "I should be there too," Snape said from his corner, his voice quiet but firm. "If Voss encounters unexpected resistance, she may attempt to improvise the ritual. My knowledge of dark arts may be necessary to counter her adaptations." Dumbledore nodded. "Kingsley, Tonks, and Moody will form the external perimeter, preventing reinforcements and handling any Death Eaters outside the ritual chamber. Remus will coordinate communication with the Ministry. We'll need official support once the operation begins." "What about us?" Ron demanded from the doorway, where he, Hermione, and Neville had been listening despite Molly's attempts to keep them away. "Absolutely not!" Molly exclaimed. "You children are not going into battle." "Mum, no, Ron. This is not a discussion." Harry caught Ron's eye and gave a subtle shake of his head. "Not now. Later." The meeting concluded with detailed plans and contingencies. As the adults dispersed to prepare, Harry pulled Ron, Hermione, and Neville aside in the hallway of Grimmauld Place. "You heard your mum, Ron," Harry said. "You can't come." Ron's face reddened. "Don't you start too, let me finish. You can't come to the ritual chamber. But that doesn't mean you can't help." Harry produced a folded piece of parchment from his pocket, a modified Marauder's map that showed not just Hogwarts but the Ministry of Magic's full layout, created through a combination of Death's knowledge and Sirius's memories. "Someone needs to monitor the Ministry's corridors during the operation. Someone who can warn us of approaching threats or identify escape routes if things go wrong." Ron studied the map, his tactical mind immediately grasping the possibilities. "A command post. Near the atrium but hidden. The maintenance tunnels beneath level 1, Harry confirmed. Accessible through a concealed entrance in the Floo maintenance corridor. I need you 3 there, watching the map, coordinating through these." He produced 3 sets of enchanted mirrors, modified versions of the ones Sirius and James had used at Hogwarts. Two-way communication, untraceable, unblockable. Hermione took one of the mirrors, examining it with academic interest that barely concealed her anxiety. "You planned this before the meeting," she realized. "You always intended for us to be involved." "I intended for you to be safe and useful," Harry corrected. "Molly's right that you shouldn't be in the ritual chamber. But leaving you completely out of it would be worse, you'd find a way in regardless, and I'd rather you were where I can reach you." Neville held his mirror with steady hands, his jaw set with determination. "Tell us what we need to do." Over the next 4 days, they prepared. Harry spent hours in Death's realm, consulting with his mentor about the specifics of the Voss Ritual and its vulnerabilities. Death confirmed Harry's assessment but added a warning. "The ritual creates a moment of transition," Death explained, his skeletal form outlined against the endless void. "When Tom Riddle's wraith begins inhabiting the new body, there will be a brief window where his soul is neither wraith nor flesh. In that moment, he is most vulnerable to my domain." "You're saying I could pull him into Death's realm during the transition?" Harry asked. "You could try," Death confirmed. "But the cost would be significant. Channeling that much of my power through a mortal body, even one as attuned as yours, could cause permanent damage. Perhaps even death." Harry absorbed this calmly. "What kind of damage?" "Your magical core could fracture. Your body might not withstand the strain. Or the connection between your living consciousness and my realm might become permanent, trapping you between worlds forever. Like the ghosts at Hogwarts. Worse. They chose to remain as echoes of themselves. You would be fully conscious, fully aware, but unable to interact meaningfully with either world. A prison of infinite knowledge and zero connection." Harry's boggart flashed through his mind, the empty-eyed version of himself, speaking with Death's voice, cut off from everything human. "That's my greatest fear," he admitted quietly. "I know," Death replied simply. "Which is why you must choose carefully. There may be other ways to defeat Tom Riddle that don't require such sacrifice. And if there aren't?" Death was silent for a long moment. "Then you will make the choice that defines you, my apprentice. As you always have." The night before the operation, Harry couldn't sleep. He sat in the garden of the Burrow, watching clouds drift across the moon. One by one, his friends found him there, unable to sleep either. Ron arrived first, carrying 2 butterbeers and a pack of chocolate frogs. "Figured you'd be out here," he said, dropping onto the grass beside Harry. Hermione came next, her hair wild from tossing in bed, a book clutched to her chest more for comfort than reading. She sat on Harry's other side without speaking. Neville showed up last, wrapped in a dressing gown, Trevor the Toad croaking softly in his pocket. He settled across from them, completing their circle. They sat in silence for a while, each processing the reality of what tomorrow would bring. "Scared?" Ron finally asked. "Terrified," Harry admitted. "You?" "Out of my mind," Ron confirmed. "But also kind of excited." "Is that weird?" "Probably," Hermione said. "But I feel it too. Like we've been preparing for this and now it's actually happening." Neville nodded. "Gran always says the Longbottoms face what frightens them. I keep reminding myself of that." Harry looked at each of his friends, memorizing their faces in the moonlight. He wanted to tell them about Death's warning, about the potential cost of channeling enough power to stop Voldemort. But the words wouldn't come. "Instead," he said, "whatever happens tomorrow, I want you all to know that you're the reason I chose to stay in the living world." "Chose to stay?" Hermione repeated. "What do you mean?" "When I was in Death's realm, I had the option of staying," Harry explained. "No pain, no fear, infinite knowledge, complete peace. Death offered to let me remain permanently." "Why didn't you?" Neville asked. Harry smiled. "Because peace without people to share it with isn't really peace. It's just emptiness." Ron punched him lightly on the shoulder. "Getting philosophical on us, Potter. Save it for tomorrow." "Right," Harry laughed, feeling some of the tension release. "Tomorrow we save the world. Tonight we eat chocolate frogs." "Spoken like a true hero," Hermione said dryly, but she was smiling. They stayed in the garden until dawn, talking about everything and nothing, favorite Quidditch teams, worst Hogwarts classes, embarrassing childhood memories. None of them mentioned Voldemort or the ritual or the possibility that things might go terribly wrong. They didn't need to. The unspoken understanding between them was enough. August 28 dawned overcast and humid. The Order gathered at Grimmauld Place for final preparations. Molly, white-faced but resolute, prepared breakfast for everyone while Arthur checked and rechecked their communication equipment. The Ministry maintenance tunnels are accessible through a service entrance on level 2, Harry briefed Ron, Hermione, and Neville, spreading the modified Marauders map on the kitchen table. You'll enter here, at the south stairwell, and set up your monitoring position here, at the junction of tunnels C7 and D3. You'll have clear sightlines through the map to the entire Department of Mysteries floor. What about the Death Chamber itself? Hermione asked, studying the map. Can we see inside it? The map shows movement but not detail within sealed rooms, Harry explained. You'll see who enters and exits but not what's happening inside. That's why the mirrors are crucial. I'll keep you updated verbally. At 9 o'clock, the strike team assembled. Harry looked at his companions, Dumbledore, radiating controlled power, Sirius, fierce and protective, Snape, cold and focused, Kingsley, Tonks, and Moody, professional and ready. They were an impressive force, but Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the coming confrontation would test them beyond anything they'd faced before. Everyone knows their role? Dumbledore asked, receiving nods all around. Then let us proceed. They entered the Ministry through the visitors' entrance, the red telephone box on a London street. Harry punched the number on the keypad and heard the cool female voice, "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your business." "Saving the world," Sirius muttered beside him. "Emergency security operation authorized by the Chief Warlock," Dumbledore announced clearly. The telephone box descended slowly, depositing them in the deserted atrium. At this hour on a weekend, only a skeleton security staff was present. Dumbledore had arranged for them to be reassigned, leaving the way clear. "Moody, Tonks, Kingsley, secure the perimeter," Dumbledore ordered. "No one enters or exits without my authorization." The three Aurors dispersed efficiently, taking up positions at key junctions throughout the Ministry's upper levels. Harry activated his mirror. "Ron, are you in position?" "In position," Ron's voice crackled back. "We can see the entire level 9 grid on the map. Currently showing 7 people in the Department of Mysteries. 3 are stationary in the Death Chamber. The other 4 are moving between rooms, probably setting up wards." 7, Harry muttered to Dumbledore. 3 for the ritual, 4 on defense. "That's fewer than I expected." "Overconfidence," Snape remarked. "The Dark Lord has always underestimated the opposition." "Or it's a trap," Sirius countered. "With more waiting somewhere we can't see." "The map would show them," Harry assured him. "Unless they're using some form of concealment the map can't penetrate." "Proceed with caution regardless," Dumbledore advised. "Severus, can you identify the individuals?" They took the lift to level 9 in silence. As the doors opened to the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries, Harry felt the unmistakable presence of Voldemort's wraith, a cold, malevolent consciousness pressing against his senses. "He's there," Harry whispered. "Already in the Death Chamber. The ritual has begun its preliminary stages." "Ron," Harry spoke into his mirror, "status update. 3 people in the Death Chamber haven't moved. 2 of the mobile ones have positioned themselves outside the chamber doors, guards. The other 2 are in the Brain Room and the Time Room, probably manning ward anchors. We need to neutralize the ward anchors before engaging the guards," Harry told Dumbledore. "Otherwise, they'll seal us out of the Death Chamber." "Severus and I will handle the ward anchors," Dumbledore decided. "Harry, Sirius, wait for our signal, then engage the guards. Once we're through to the Death Chamber, remember, timing is everything. We must strike during the transition moment Harry described." They split up. Dumbledore and Snape disappeared toward the Time Room, their footsteps silenced by charms. Harry and Sirius positioned themselves at the end of the corridor leading to the Death Chamber's entrance, pressing against the wall to avoid detection. Just like old times, Sirius whispered with a grim smile. "Except I used to be sneaking around with your dad, not his son." "Hopefully this ends better than some of Dad's adventures," Harry replied. They waited in tense silence. Through the mirror, Ron provided running commentary on Dumbledore and Snape's progress through the department. "Dumbledore's in the time room now. The Death Eater there, looks like Rookwood based on his movement patterns, hasn't noticed him yet. Snape's approaching the brain room from the east corridor." Harry heard a distant muffled thud, followed by silence. "Rookwood's down," Ron reported. "Dumbledore got him. Snape's engaging, got the other one too. Both ward anchors are neutralized." Harry felt a subtle shift in the magical atmosphere as the protective wards around the Death Chamber flickered and died. "Now," he told Sirius. They moved down the corridor swiftly. The two guards flanking the Death Chamber doors, Harry recognized them from Death's visions as Crabbe Sr. and Goyle Sr. Barely had time to register the approaching threat before Harry and Sirius struck simultaneously. Harry's stunning spell hit Crabbe in the chest while Sirius's caught Goyle mid-draw. Both Death Eaters crumpled, their wands clattering uselessly on the stone floor. "Too easy," Sirius muttered, binding them with conjured ropes. "The real fight's inside," Harry replied, reaching for the Death Chamber door. He paused, hand on the handle, as a wave of familiar cold washed over him. Not the Dementor's cold but something older, the chill of Death's realm bleeding through the veil inside. The ritual was drawing on the veil's power, thinning the barrier between worlds. "Harry?" Sirius touched his shoulder. "You all right?" "The veil is active," Harry said quietly. "More active than it should be. The ritual is pulling energy from Death's realm to fuel Voldemort's reconstruction. Can you counter it?" "I'll have to." Harry drew his wand, more for focus than necessity, and pushed the door open. The Death Chamber was transformed. The ancient stone amphitheater, normally cold and silent, blazed with dark light emanating from the archway. The veil billowed violently, torn between worlds, its whispered voices raised to a cacophony. 3 figures knelt in a triangle before the archway, Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Rabaston Lestrange. Their arms were outstretched, dark energy streaming from their bodies into the veil. Standing behind them, orchestrating the flow of magic with precise wand movements, was a tall woman with silver hair and eyes that seemed to shift color, Hilara Voss. She was strikingly calm, almost serene, as she directed the most dangerous dark ritual Harry had ever witnessed. And at the center of it all, suspended between the veil and reality, was Voldemort. No longer a formless wraith, he had begun to take shape, a skeletal frame of dark energy that was slowly filling with flesh and blood drawn from the 3 Lestranges. His face was half-formed, one red eye glaring with awareness while the other socket remained empty. His mouth moved, but no sound emerged, not yet. "Fascinating, isn't it?" Voss remarked without looking up from her work. "The intersection of soul magic and death energy. I've spent 30 years perfecting this technique." Her shifting eyes finally found Harry. "And you must be the child who walks with death. I've heard so much about you." "Stop the ritual," Harry commanded. "Now." Voss smiled thinly. "Or what? Interrupt me and the backlash will kill everyone in this room, including your godfather. The energy has to go somewhere." She was right. Harry could see the flows of magic clearly, the dark energy streaming from the Lestranges was locked in a self-sustaining cycle with the veil. Disrupting it forcefully would release that energy in an uncontrolled explosion. "She's bluffing," Sirius growled beside him, one trained on Voss. "She's not," Harry corrected quietly. "The ritual is past its point of no return. We can't stop it without catastrophic consequences." Dumbledore and Snape arrived behind them, taking in the scene quickly. Dumbledore's eyes went to the half-formed Voldemort and then to Harry, a question in his expression. The transition moment, Harry told him. We wait for the transition moment. Voss's smile widened. Clever boy. You understand the mechanics. Yes, there will be a moment of vulnerability, but do you truly believe you can exploit it before the process completes? I designed this ritual specifically to minimize that window. Then I'll just have to be fast, Harry replied. They watched in terrible fascination as the ritual progressed. The Lestranges aged visibly before their eyes, Bellatrix's wild beauty fading as years were stripped from her remaining lifespan, Rodolphus and Rabastan withering as their life force fed Voldemort's reconstruction. It was a horrifying process, made worse by the ecstatic devotion on their faces. They gave themselves willingly, joyfully, to their master's resurrection. My lord returns, Bellatrix whispered, her voice cracking with age even as she smiled. My lord returns. Voldemort's form solidified steadily. Pale skin stretched over reconstructed bone. Fingers formed, then hands, then arms. The second red eye appeared, and with it came awareness, not just the instinctive rage of the Wraith but the calculating intelligence of Tom Riddle. His newly formed mouth opened. Harry Potter. The voice was thin, raspy, still gaining strength. I knew you would come. I counted on it. That's rarely worked out well for you, Harry replied, gripping his wand tighter. This time is different, Voldemort said, his form becoming more solid by the second. No Horcruxes to seek. No prophecy to fulfill. Just power against power. And I have prepared surprises. At his words, the walls of the death chamber shimmered. Concealment charms dropped, revealing a dozen additional Death Eaters positioned around the amphitheater's upper benches, wands already aimed at the Order members below. Ron! Harry hissed into his mirror. The map, I see them. Ron's voice was frantic. They weren't there before, some kind of space-folding enchantment that hid them from the map. Harry, you're surrounded. Sirius swore explosively. Dumbledore's eyes swept the chamber, counting opponents with calm precision. Snape's face was unreadable, but his wand hand was steady. Did you really think I would be so careless? Voldemort's voice grew stronger as his resurrection neared completion. I have learned from my mistakes, Potter. Every one of them. Including the mistake of underestimating you. Then you should know what I'm capable of, Harry said, his voice steady despite the hammering of his heart. I know exactly what you're capable of, Voldemort replied. Which is why I brought enough followers to overwhelm even Death's apprentice. The transition moment was approaching, Harry could feel it in the fabric of reality, the instant when Voldemort's soul would shift from the spaces between worlds into the newly constructed body. It would last less than a heartbeat, and it was his only chance. But with 12 Death Eaters above them and Voss controlling the ritual, acting in that moment would leave him completely exposed. His friends and allies would be vulnerable. Someone could die. Harry. Death's voice, gentle and certain, spoke directly into his mind. The moment approaches. Are you prepared for the consequences? I don't know, Harry admitted silently. If I channel your power fully, I might lose everything that makes me human. Or you might find that your humanity is stronger than you believe, Death replied. I have watched you for 6 years, my apprentice. You have something Tom Riddle never possessed and never will, people who love you, and whom you love in return. That is not a weakness. It is a force beyond even my comprehension. Harry made his decision. Sirius, he said quietly. When I give the signal, shield Dumbledore and Snape. They need to handle the Death Eaters above us. What about you? Sirius demanded. I'm going to do something stupid, Harry said with a crooked grin. Cover me. Harry closed his eyes, not in surrender but in preparation. He reached deep within himself, past his magical core, past the knowledge Death had given him, down to the fundamental connection between his living soul and the realm beyond the veil. He felt the boundary between worlds, thin here, so thin, stretched almost to breaking by Voss's ritual. Now, he whispered. Everything happened at once. Sirius threw up the most powerful shield he could manage as Dumbledore and Snape launched themselves into action against the Death Eaters above. Spells erupted throughout the chamber, stunning spells, curses, hexes, the stone amphitheater becoming a battlefield. Harry didn't participate in the conventional fight. Instead, he walked directly toward the veil. Voss saw him coming and tried to redirect her ritual energy as an attack, but Harry walked through it as if through a gentle breeze. The dark energy couldn't touch him, he belonged to both worlds now, and the magic couldn't harm something that existed in the spaces it was trying to bridge. "What are you doing?" Voss shouted, her composure cracking for the first time. "Stay away from the archway." Harry reached the veil and pressed his palms against the ancient stone of the archway. The contact sent shockwaves through both worlds. In the death chamber, the combatants stumbled as the floor shook. Beyond the veil, Harry felt Death's realm respond to his touch, acknowledging its apprentice, welcoming him back, offering its full power. "No!" Voldemort screamed, his half-formed body lurching as the transition moment arrived. Harry opened his eyes, and they blazed with white light. Death's power flooded through him, not the trickle he'd used before to extract Horcruxes or summon his unique Patronus, but the full, overwhelming force of the boundary between life and death. The world went white. When Harry could see again, he wasn't in the death chamber anymore. He stood in the liminal space between worlds, the same void where he'd first met death 6 years ago. The veil hung before him, visible from both sides simultaneously. And standing across from him, stripped of his half-formed body, was Tom Riddle's soul, naked, raw, and fractured beyond recognition. Without his Horcruxes, Riddle's soul was small. Painfully small. The fragments Harry had sent back had rejoined the whole, but they didn't fit properly anymore, jagged edges and gaps where soul matter had been irreparably damaged by the act of creation and destruction. Riddle looked nothing like Voldemort here. He looked like what he was, a damaged man, twisted by fear and rage, reduced to his most essential self. "Where are we?" Riddle demanded, his voice lacking the theatrical menace of his Voldemort persona. "What have you done?" "Brought us to the space between," Harry replied. "Where neither of us can hide behind spells or followers or grand titles. Just two souls, face to face." Riddle's soul flickered with anger. "Release me. I am Lord Voldemort. I will not be held by a child, your Tom Riddle," Harry said firmly. "Born in a Muggle orphanage. Half-blood. Abandoned by a father who didn't know you existed and a mother who died bringing you into the world. A boy who was afraid and alone and turned that fear into something monstrous." Silence. Riddle's soul flared dark, but the darkness couldn't sustain itself here, in Death's domain. It flickered and faded, leaving the damaged soul exposed once more. "I could destroy you," Harry said quietly. "Right now, in this space. Death has given me that power." Riddle's soul contracted with fear, the primal, overwhelming terror of non-existence that had driven every terrible choice he'd ever made. "But I won't," Harry continued. "Not unless you give me no choice." "Then what do you want?" Riddle asked, his voice small, stripped of all pretension. Harry knelt before the damaged soul, bringing himself to its level. "I want you to look at yourself, Tom. Really look. This is what you've become. A fragment of a person, held together by fear and hatred. You've spent decades running from death, and all you've achieved is a worse existence than death could ever provide." "You don't understand," Riddle whispered. "Death is nothing. Oblivion. The end of everything." I will not, death isn't oblivion," Harry interrupted gently. "I've been there. I've spent centuries in death's realm. It's not darkness or nothingness. It's transition. Becoming something new. The souls I've seen pass through the veil don't cease to exist, they transform. Lies, Riddle hissed, but uncertainty flickered in his damaged soul. The dead don't return. They don't tell tales. I returned, Harry reminded him. And I'm telling you now, what waits beyond the veil is not what you fear. Your mother is there, Tom. The woman who gave everything so you could live. She's been waiting for you. Riddle's soul shuddered violently. My mother was weak. She died rather than fight. She died because she was ill and alone and had spent everything she had to give you a chance at life, Harry corrected. That's not weakness. That's the same kind of love my mother showed when she died protecting me. Love, Riddle spat the word like a curse. Love is a fantasy. A chemical reaction. A tool for manipulation. Then why does it hurt you so much? Harry asked simply. The question hit Riddle like a physical blow. His soul convulsed, fragmentary memories spilling out, a cold orphanage bed, other children shunning the strange boy, a burning desire to be special, to be powerful, to never be vulnerable again. I didn't choose this, Riddle whispered, and for the first time, Harry heard genuine anguish beneath the hatred. The world made me what I am. The world gave you reasons, Harry acknowledged. But you chose how to respond. Just as I chose how to respond to my own suffering. We're not so different, Tom, orphans, abused, dismissed as freaks. The difference is, I found people who loved me. You never let yourself be loved. Because love is weakness. Riddle insisted, but his voice cracked on the last word. Love is the only thing that ever truly threatened you, Harry countered. My mother's love protected me from your killing curse. The love of my friends and family anchors me to the living world despite death's pull. Love is the force you never understood because you were too afraid to experience it. Riddle's soul flickered between darkness and something lighter, a war within himself that had raged since childhood, suppressed and denied but never truly resolved. Death appeared beside Harry, its hooded form towering over both of them. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Death spoke, and its voice carried the weight of eternity. You have cheated me for decades. Torn your soul in pursuit of immortality. Brought countless others to me before their time. Riddle's soul shrank from Death's presence, terror overwhelming everything else. Yet even now, Death continued, my apprentice offers you mercy. A chance at transition rather than annihilation. More than you deserve, perhaps, but mercy is not about deserving. What would happen? Riddle asked, his voice barely audible. If I accepted? Your soul would heal, Death explained. Slowly, painfully, but completely. The fragments would reunite. The damage would mend. Eventually, you would move beyond, to what lies after. I cannot tell you what that is, for it is different for each soul. But it is not oblivion. And my mother? The question was so quiet, so childlike, that Harry felt his heart clench. She waits, Death confirmed simply. Riddle's soul hung suspended between choices, the same fundamental choice he had faced at 17 when he created his first Horcrux. Fear of death versus acceptance of it. Power versus peace. Isolation versus connection. Long seconds passed. Then minutes. Harry waited, his connection to the living world straining with each moment he spent in the liminal space. I'm afraid, Riddle finally said, and the admission cost him visibly, his soul dimming with the effort of vulnerability. Everyone is, Harry replied. That's what makes the choice brave. More silence. Then, slowly, Riddle's soul began to shift. The darkness didn't disappear, it was too deeply woven into his being for that, but it softened at the edges. The jagged fragments of his torn soul moved closer together, drawn by some force deeper than magic. If I go, Riddle whispered, will the others, the people I've harmed, will they? That's between you and them, Harry said honestly. But healing is possible. For everyone. Riddle looked at Death one last time. Will it hurt? Yes, Death answered without hesitation. Healing always does. Tom Riddle's soul closed its eyes. For the first time in decades, the fear drained away. What remained was something Harry hadn't expected, not peace, exactly, but acceptance. A tired, wounded, damaged soul finally laying down its armor. "All right," Riddle whispered. "I'm ready." Death extended a skeletal hand. Riddle reached for it, hesitated, then grasped it firmly. The contact sent ripples through the liminal space, warm ripples, not cold. The fragments of Riddle's soul began moving together, fitting imperfectly but holding, like broken pottery glued back together with visible cracks. "Thank you," Riddle said to Harry, and the words seemed to cause him physical pain. "For seeing Tom. Not just the monster." "Everyone's more than their worst choices," Harry replied, his own eyes stinging. "Even you." Death guided Tom Riddle toward the veil, and for the briefest instant, Harry saw something beyond the tattered curtain, not darkness but light, and within it, the faintest outline of a woman with dark hair, reaching toward them. Then they were gone, and Harry was alone in the liminal space. The silence was overwhelming. Harry felt the full weight of what he'd just done settle on his shoulders, not triumph, not victory, but the profound sadness of witnessing a wasted life come to its end. "Well done, my apprentice." Death's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "You achieved what no weapon or spell could, you reached the human buried beneath the monster." "Is he really gone?" Harry asked. "For good. He has accepted transition," Death confirmed. "His soul will heal and move beyond. He will not return to the living world." "And me? Am I stuck here?" "You have a choice, as always. You can return to the living world, though the effort of channeling my full power has damaged your body significantly. Or you can remain here, whole and healthy, with all the knowledge of both worlds." Harry didn't hesitate. "Send me back." "You're certain?" "The damage to your body, send me back," Harry repeated firmly. "My friends are fighting. They need me." If Death could smile, Harry thought he did in that moment. "As you wish, my apprentice." The liminal space shattered like glass, and Harry fell. He crashed back into his body in the death chamber, the impact driving the air from his lungs. The chamber was still a battlefield, spells flying, stone crumbling, shouts echoing off the walls. But something had changed. The veil was quiet. The dark energy that had fueled the ritual had dissipated. And where Voldemort's half-formed body had been, there was nothing, just empty space and the faint scent of something that might have been flowers. Harry tried to stand and immediately collapsed. His body felt wrong, heavy, weak, his magical core throbbing painfully. The damage Death had warned about was real. "Harry!" Sirius was beside him in an instant, shield still raised against incoming spells. "You disappeared, you just walked into the veil and vanished. We thought." "I'm okay," Harry managed. "Voldemort's gone." "Really gone this time?" "Gone." Sirius repeated, disbelief and hope warring on his face. "He chose to move on," Harry said, and laughed weakly at Sirius's stunned expression. Long story. Above them, the battle was turning in the Order's favor. Dumbledore had neutralized 6 of the 12 Death Eaters single-handedly, his raw magical power on full display as he fought with a speed and precision that reminded Harry why this man was considered the greatest wizard of the age. Snape had engaged the remaining Death Eaters with cold efficiency, his curses precise and economical. Ilara Voss, however, was a different problem entirely. With the ritual disrupted, she had turned her considerable magical talent toward escape, fighting her way toward the chamber door with a desperate ferocity that had already injured 2 Aurors. "The ritual specialist is trying to run." Ron's voice crackled through Harry's mirror. "She's heading for the east corridor, toward the time room." Harry tried to rise again, but his legs buckled. The damage from channeling Death's full power was worse than he'd realized, his magical core flickered weakly, unable to sustain even basic functions. "Stay down," Sirius ordered, positioning himself protectively over Harry. "You've done enough." "But Voss, I'll handle her," said an unexpected voice. Neville Longbottom stepped from behind a stone bench, wand raised, his round face pale but determined. Behind him, Ron and Hermione appeared, having abandoned their monitoring post when the battle sounds reached them. "Neville, no." Harry tried to protest, but Neville was already moving. "You said I had more courage than I knew," Neville called over his shoulder. "Time to find out if you were right." Voss burst through the chamber door into the corridor beyond, only to find Neville blocking her path. She laughed, a sharp, contemptuous sound. "A child? They send a child to stop me?" "This child's parents were tortured by your allies," Neville replied, his wand steady despite his fear. "And this child has been training with Mad-Eye Moody for 2 months." Voss raised her wand with casual menace. "Step aside, boy. I have no quarrel with, stupefy," Neville shouted. Voss deflected the spell easily, but Neville was already moving, just as Moody had drilled into them: never stay in one place, never give them a stationary target. His second spell caught Voss's shield at an angle, cracking it. His third, a well-placed tripping jinx, sent her stumbling. Impedimenta. Ron hit Voss from the side while Hermione's binding spell caught her from behind. The combined assault overwhelmed the Dark Witch's defenses, and she went down hard, bound in magical ropes. "Not bad," Moody growled, appearing from a side corridor, his magical eye spinning as it surveyed the scene. "Not bad at all." In the Death Chamber, the remaining Death Eaters surrendered as they realized their master was truly gone. The Lestranges, aged decades by the interrupted ritual, were too weak to resist capture. Dolohov and Rookwood, stunned earlier by Dumbledore and Snape, were bound and awaiting Auror transport. It was over. Harry lay on the cold stone floor of the Death Chamber, his body broken but his spirit intact. Sirius sat beside him, one hand on Harry's shoulder, the other gripping his wand as if he might need to defend Harry against the entire world. "You need a healer," Sirius said, his voice rough with emotion. "Your magical core, I can feel it flickering." "What did you do in there?" "Showed Tom Riddle that death isn't the end," Harry whispered. "And convinced him to stop fighting it." Sirius stared at him. "You talked him into dying." "I talked him into living," Harry corrected. "For the first time in his entire existence. Everything he did, the Horcruxes, the murders, the quest for immortality, it was all running from death. I showed him there was nothing to run from. And he just accepted that. The darkest wizard of all time just agreed to die." "He agreed to transition," Harry said. "There's a difference. And yes, it took some convincing. But deep down, beneath all the fear and hatred, Tom Riddle was tired. So tired of running." Ron, Hermione, and Neville arrived in the chamber, all three looking battle-worn but triumphant. Ron knelt beside Harry, taking in his friend's weakened state with poorly concealed alarm. "You look terrible, mate," Ron said bluntly. "What happened?" "Channeled too much of death's power through my body," Harry admitted. "There might be some lasting effects." "Effects?" Hermione's voice was sharp with concern. "What kind of effects?" Before Harry could answer, Dumbledore approached, his robes torn and singed but his blue eyes brighter than Harry had seen them in years. "The battle is won," he announced, then knelt beside Harry, placing a gentle hand on his forehead. "Your magical core is severely fractured," Dumbledore observed quietly, his diagnostic magic probing Harry's condition. "Not destroyed, but damaged in ways I've never encountered. It's as if the boundary between your living magic and death's realm has become permanently permeable." "What does that mean?" Sirius demanded. "It means Harry's magic will never work quite the same way again," Dumbledore explained carefully. "Some abilities may be lost. Others may emerge. The transition will be unpredictable." Harry closed his eyes, absorbing this information. Death's warning had been accurate, there was a cost. But lying here, surrounded by the people he loved, having ended Voldemort's reign of terror through compassion rather than violence, the cost felt worth paying. "Can you walk?" Dumbledore asked gently. Harry tried again, and this time, with Ron and Sirius supporting him on either side, he managed to stand. The world swayed, but held. "Let's get out of here," he said. "I've had enough of the Department of Mysteries for one lifetime." "2 lifetimes," Ron corrected with a shaky grin. "Counting your death vacation." Harry laughed, and the sound echoed through the death chamber, bouncing off the ancient walls and the now silent veil. For the first time since he'd fallen through that tattered curtain at age 6, the veil held no pull for him. No whispered voices, no beckoning presence. Just a doorway, quiet and waiting, as it always had been. As they made their way out of the ministry, Aurors and ministry officials rushed past them heading the other direction, the belated cavalry, arriving after the battle was already won. Fudge himself appeared, blustering and demanding explanations, only to be silenced by a single look from Dumbledore. "Minister," Dumbledore said calmly, "Lord Voldemort has been permanently dealt with. His remaining followers are bound in the death chamber awaiting processing. I suggest you begin damage control before the morning papers arrive." Fudge opened and closed his mouth several times before being led away by his undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge, who shot Harry a look of suspicion and curiosity that made his skin crawl. "She'll be trouble later," Harry murmured to Dumbledore. "Different kind of enemy, but dangerous in her own way." "One battle at a time, Harry," Dumbledore advised. "For now, let us celebrate what we've achieved." The aftermath was chaotic in the way only wizarding politics could be. The Daily Prophet ran the story under the headline, "The Boy Who Lived Again, Potter Defeats He Who Must Not Be Named in Ministry Showdown." Rita Skeeter's version was considerably more sensational and considerably less accurate. Fudge, desperate to take credit, attempted to position himself as having orchestrated the entire operation. Dumbledore allowed it, knowing that political battles were best fought with patience rather than pride. Harry spent a week at St. Mungo's, where the healers puzzled over his unprecedented condition. His magical core was indeed fractured, but rather than fading, it was slowly restructuring itself, forming new patterns that the healer's diagnostic spells couldn't fully interpret. "It's rebuilding differently," Healer Stroud explained to a worried Molly and Sirius. "His magic is still there, but it's integrating with something else. Something we've never seen before." Harry knew what that something else was. His connection to Death's realm, previously a conscious channel he could open and close at will, had become permanent. He could feel both worlds simultaneously now, the living magic of the wizarding world and the deeper, older power of Death's domain. They overlapped inside him, creating a new kind of magic that was neither one nor the other. His friends visited daily. Ron brought chocolate frogs and Quidditch magazines, providing the normal companionship that Harry needed most. Hermione brought books and research, already compiling a theoretical framework for Harry's new magical condition. Neville brought plants from the Hogwarts greenhouse, their living energy seeming to help Harry's recovery. Sirius practically lived at the hospital, sleeping in a conjured bed beside Harry's. He'd taken Voldemort's permanent defeat personally, as if James and Lily's deaths had finally been avenged, the wound finally allowed to close. "You did what your parents died hoping someone would do," Sirius told Harry one night, his voice rough. "You stopped him. Not with violence, but with something he never understood." "Compassion," Harry said. "Love," Sirius corrected. "You loved the human being buried inside the monster, and that love is what defeated him. Your mother would have understood that better than anyone." When Harry was finally released from St. Mungo's, he returned to the Burrow, where Molly had prepared enough food for a small army. The entire Weasley family was present, along with Hermione, Neville, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, and several Order members. The celebration was warm and raucous, filled with laughter and stories and the profound relief of people who had been living under threat for years. Fred and George set off fireworks in the garden, their latest invention producing patterns that depicted the key moments of the Ministry battle, though their version featured considerably more dramatic poses than reality had provided. As the evening wore on, Harry slipped away from the party, seeking the quiet of the orchard where he and Ron had played Quidditch for years. He sat beneath an old apple tree, feeling the warm summer air on his skin and the distant hum of celebration behind him. "You seem contemplative, my apprentice." Death materialized beside him, but differently than before. The skeletal figure seemed less imposing, more companionable. As if their relationship had shifted from mentor and student to something closer to equals. "It's over," Harry said simply. "He's really gone." "He is at peace," Death confirmed. "Or he will be, once his soul has fully healed." The transition was difficult for one so deeply fractured, but he accepted it in the end. Did he find his mother? Mara P. Gaunt was waiting for him, Death replied. Their reunion was painful. But healing often begins with pain. Harry nodded, feeling a weight lift from his chest that he hadn't known he was carrying. "What happens to me now?" "My magic is different. I'm different." "You are what you have always been," Death said. "A bridge between worlds. The first in millennia to walk in both realms while fully alive. Your new magic reflects this. It will take time to understand its full potential, but you will not be diminished. If anything, you will be more than you were." "I don't want to be more," Harry admitted. "I just want to be Harry." "You are Harry," Death assured him. "Nothing I have given you changes that. The knowledge, the power, the connection to my realm, these are tools, not identities. You remain the boy who fell through my veil at 6 years old and asked about his mother. You remain the child who chose friendship over cosmic solitude. You remain the young man who defeated the darkest wizard of the age through compassion rather than combat." "Neville actually defeated the ritual specialist," Harry pointed out with a grin. "Indeed," Death replied, and Harry could have sworn there was amusement in the entity's voice. The Longbottom boy surprised everyone. Perhaps that was always his destiny, to stand and fight when it mattered most. "He surprised himself more than anyone," Harry said. "That's the best kind of surprise." They sat in comfortable silence as the stars appeared overhead. In the distance, Harry heard Fred and George's fireworks continue, interspersed with Ron's laughter and Molly's half-hearted scolding. "Will you still visit me?" Harry asked. "Now that Voldemort's gone." "I will always be with you," Death replied. "We are connected beyond mere mentor and apprentice now. Your magic touches my realm, and my realm touches your magic. We are, in a sense, partners." "Partners in what?" "In maintaining the balance between life and death," Death explained. "The veil exists for a reason, to regulate the flow of souls between worlds. Your new abilities will allow you to help those who are stuck, ghosts who fear transition, souls trapped by dark magic, beings caught between states of existence." Harry considered this. Like a guide. Helping people find their way to the other side. Precisely. Not forcing transition, but facilitating it for those who are ready. A role that has been vacant for centuries. "The Master of Death," Harry murmured, understanding finally what the title truly meant. Not someone who controls death, but someone who serves alongside it. "You understand at last," Death confirmed. "The Hallows were never meant to make one immortal or all-powerful. They were meant to create a bridge, a living being who could walk between worlds and help maintain the natural order. And that's me. That is you. If you choose it." Harry looked back toward the Burrow, where light and laughter spilled from every window. He thought about Ron and Hermione, about Sirius and Remus, about Molly and Arthur and every Weasley who had welcomed him into their family. He thought about Neville's quiet courage and Draco's faltering first steps away from his father's shadow. He thought about Dumbledore's wisdom and Snape's complicated loyalty. He thought about Tom Riddle, the orphan boy who had been so afraid of death that he destroyed his own soul trying to escape it. And he thought about what it had cost to save that boy, even at the very end. "I choose it," Harry said. "Both worlds. Both roles. Living and understanding death. Being Harry Potter and being your apprentice. All of it. Then it is decided, Death said, and extended a skeletal hand. Harry took it, and this time the touch wasn't cold. It was warm, the warmth of connection, of purpose, of a relationship that transcended the boundary between life and death. When Death released his hand and faded from view, Harry sat alone beneath the apple tree, feeling more complete than he had since falling through the veil 6 years ago. The emptiness was gone, replaced by a fullness that encompassed both the joy of living and the peace of understanding death. Harry. Ron's voice called from the house. Get back in here. Mum's serving treacle tart, and if you don't hurry, the twins will eat your share. Harry grinned and stood, brushing grass from his jeans. As he walked back toward the burrow, he felt the evening breeze carry whispers from both worlds, the laughter of the living and the peaceful murmur of the dead, existing side by side in a harmony that most people never perceived. He was Harry Potter. Friend, godson, honorary Weasley, Death's apprentice, and now, the bridge between worlds. Not because of prophecy or destiny or cosmic obligation, but because he chose to be. Because compassion was stronger than fear, because love was more powerful than death, and because sometimes the bravest thing anyone could do was offer mercy to those who deserved it least. Coming, he shouted back, and broke into a run toward the warmth and light of home. When he burst through the kitchen door, Molly immediately pressed a plate of treacle tart into his hands while simultaneously checking his forehead for fever. Ron had saved him a seat between himself and Hermione, and Sirius was telling an increasingly embellished story about the ministry battle that had the table howling with laughter. Harry slid into his seat, took a bite of treacle tart, and let the chaos of family life wash over him. Neville caught his eye across the table and raised his glass slightly, a private acknowledgement of everything they'd been through. Harry raised his glass in return. You all right? Hermione asked quietly, noticing his contemplative expression. Yeah, Harry said, and meant it completely. I'm all right. Under the table, he felt his wand pulse warmly in his pocket, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, connected to a magical core that now bridged 2 worlds. On his forehead, the lightning bolt scar that had once housed a fragment of Voldemort's soul was now just a scar, a reminder of the past, not a link to evil. And in the quiet space between heartbeats, where the living world met death's realm, Harry felt a presence that would never leave him, not as a burden, but as a companion. Death walked beside him always, not as a threat but as a partner in the endless dance between what was and what would be. The summer would end. Hogwarts awaited. New challenges would emerge, political intrigue, the remnants of Death Eater ideology, the slow work of helping ghosts find peace and trapped souls find rest. But those were problems for tomorrow. Tonight, there was treacle tart and family and the simple joy of being alive. Harry took another bite, laughed at one of Fred's jokes, and felt, for the first time in both his lifetimes, that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.